Do it.
Please.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Please.
Oh God,
Okay.
stop.
Hello.
Stop.
Welcome. It is the return of
No, it's
PAFE.
not. No, it's not.
We never went
No,
out.
it's
We
not.
never left. We've always been here. It's like you
What?
weren't here. That's
I've been here since way back when.
since
you
the
know,
conception of PAFE. Since
Exactly.
the very first
Yeah.
Dick Society and terminated PAFE.
Yeah.
Nobody has context for that. That upsets me.
No.
Stop it!
Anyway, we're gonna be covering some topics.
PAFE is back
come
and
on.
better than ever!
We're back.
Tony's calling us
back.
fools.
Yeah,
Well, you know
we're
what,
live as
Mr. Tony? I say.
Tony Bam.
If it's Tony Blair,
Tony Blair, why did you murder Iraqi children?
whoa, Borgie, spin facts. What are you on about?
Except I'm not sure why it's.
PF is going to get
Wait,
political
do I
on
have
PF
to-
political, not on PF
I might
official.
have to.
No.
Although the person that we're covering today happens to be quite a political person.
Very political.
Yeah, that was
think that
quite a nice
might
segue.
be-
I'm quite proud of that.
Cool.
Sorry,
we are
Cool.
covering.
just a second.
So long story short, I'll walk you through it. Okay. So me and Borgie were walking down the street, and we seen a sheep that was in a china box, and we thought, you look quite malnourished, and
There we go.
you're
So we
get a
fed
lot
it-
of views. So
So he gave him a lamb shank.
how about the guy that fed chicken McNuggets to chickens?
That was the guy who helped Mark Zuckerberg found Facebook. I'm not even joking.
Why do you know that?
Facebook movie.
Who would ever watch the
God.
Facebook movie?
Andrew
heard
Garfield's character.
Yeah, well, Andrew Garfield does a really good job in that movie too.
Andrew Garfield does good in a lot of movies that are not Spider-Man.
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 Spider-Man's amazing.
Yeah.
I honestly
love
have no
Spider-Man.
idea what you're talking about, Tony. So,
What
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Probably should have everyone saying that we're live.
You fool. Yeah, I mean, post the link or whatever.
but yeah, welcome, welcome to the return of PAFE.
PF episode 7.
Yeah, we've
Return
got
of the
we've got
is this episode
an
7?
excellent little video for you guys here today.
Slice. Are you sure you want to say it's excellent before you watched it?
It's an
Oh,
excellent
frick! I didn't actually watch it.
Oh, frick!
Oh, damn it.
Oh boy. Well, you know what, chat?
Did you watch the video that we
we'll go through
recommended
this
that you
together.
watch before? Did you watch the Thor Skywalker video to give some context, some actual context to the video today?
No,
Okay, I acted everyone saying that we are
that's
live.
not how we roll. We just kind of jump in feet first.
Head first. You're giving us far too much credit. At least feet first would mean that you're least likely to die of brain damage almost instantaneously.
Oh goodness, is that what this video is going to be? Just like instant brain trauma?
It might as well be.
Yeah.
I'm pretty.
Hello, Kevin. Hello, Nico. How are all of you?
Yes, hello, chat. Could you let me know how the audio is and the
Also, I don't
stream
see-
health and all that streamy
Why isn't the
stuff?
stream popping up for me?
Because
you-
you are
I refreshed it,
American.
like, My ears. Okay, we're good.
Hello
My
there,
ears.
ladies and
Hello there.
gentlemen. Okay,
Oh, stop
Nico
it,
says audio
you
is
can't
good.
do
that.
Awesome
Good,
possum.
good.
Anyone else?
I think it's bad.
You think it's bad? Well, I think you're wrong. I think
Well, I think that you're wrong.
I think you're listening to audio
No,
wrong.
you're wrong.
Hey, Slice, can you do me a
Anyway.
favor? Slice,
What?
you know the borders on the PF thingamabob? Can you put them to the top of the sources?
What?
What?
The
What are you
borders
talking
on the
about?
OBS. Talking to you,
The
PF.
borders.
Slice.
The-
PF
which,
Slice.
which border are you talking about?
All the borders.
What do you mean all the? I literally don't know
I'm
what the heck you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
Right, Slice, you know what OBS is, yeah?
Yes,
He said he doesn't know
I'm
the
not a
border
melon.
line.
I'm not a melon. Okay.
Are you right? Okay, Slice. It's a Spanish pineapple. There's no such thing as melons. Right. So go on to the OBS. Right. Okay. Right. You with me?
Yes.
Have I lost you?
No.
Yes.
I'm
Okay,
on OBS
right.
because I'm streaming. If you hadn't noticed.
Oh, are you? Oh, I thought I was doing that. Oh, okay.
No.
So go on to the
We would
borders.
have noticed if you were streaming.
Shut up. Go on to borders. Right.
Borders. Which
Yeah. All the borders. Each of the borders, put them to the top of the sources.
Oh, I know what you mean. So you know the little white lines? Little
Yeah.
white lines between that and the chat. Layer them on top of our faces or our icons.
You're right there, meme.
Oh,
You didn't good.
I can't. No,
Yeah.
I can't do that.
I love
Okay.
it.
You can.
No, I can't.
Not having it
You
ready.
can.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because that's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
You
not.
just select it and then you press up
Okay.
until it's at the top.
Okay, chat. I'm sorry. This is. I just need to do this to make a point here for Josh. So don't be alarmed. I'm not pulling a woodchuck here. So
Whoa.
It's
okay.
gonna turn pure white.
Okay.
Everything just
So
goes white,
so
blindingly white.
this is what happens. Okay. Do you see that? Is it popping up?
Let me wait. Okay, so a good.
Chat, can you see this? This is what happens when.
My eyes! My prediction.
Why?
Change it back now, please.
Okay, there we go. It's back. It's all good.
Okay.
What have you done?
You see how it doesn't work like that.
Can I change streaming privileges back to meme?
No.
I don't.
That's just.
I told Meme how to do this too, so it's like that's not going to change anything.
So you taught meme how to do this, and yet
It's
meme doesn't make
fine.
it.
It's fine. It looks good.
Oh.
See, this is the
chat,
thing that people
chat,
don't understand, right?
Chat, you got to back me
Woodchuck
up on
said
this.
that black costs a lot of money.
That is
White
correct.
Stop.
Kevin.
White free.
No. No.
You know what, Mr. Josh? I don't like your attitude.
My attitude. I can have any attitudinal that I please.
Attitudinal.
Yes.
Attitudinal.
Attitudinal.
You're just
Attitudinal.
no. You're just saying words and putting toodle, but at the end.
Nico, why are you posting an egg?
What? Don't acknowledge the chat. They're not real people.
No. No.
There's more. Oh.
There's more white than black.
Well, I wasn't going to say that because that sounds vaguely racist.
Okay, chat.
No, it doesn't.
Let's bring it. Let's move
Well,
away.
technically,
Anyway.
white people are a minority in the world.
So let's get on to topic. So there's some stuff we want to cover.
Borgie, you sound incredibly close to your mic.
I don't know. Well, I'm somewhat close to my mic. It's next to me.
Get
Just-
fucked.
It sounds like it sounds almost like you're deep throating it.
Shut up,
I'm
Borgie.
not.
Get
Oh,
throw your
boy.
fucking mic in the microwave.
Yeah, the lip
Hey.
Anyway, there's some topics. There's some stuff. There's some stuff I want to cover.
Well, okay.
Before-
Before that, Nico says in the chat, egg and then a plant emote. So,
Well, egg.
take
It's
that-
a, that's a
take that as you
pickle.
will.
It's a cucumber.
But
Cucumber.
I just wanted to bring
Cucumber.
attention to that. So,
Revitalize. Drink the
Slice
cucumber.
bringing
No,
you
it's
the
me.
burning questions of PAFE.
Meme. The Kukunga clan.
No,
Kunga?
that's
what is
no.
happening?
The Kukunga Cucks clan.
I'm not saying that Borgie ever had a magic touch, but if he did have it, he's lost it.
I did chat. I did ask Borgie if he was drunk earlier. He said
No,
no,
I'm fine.
but
I'm
No.
fine.
I'm
I-
sorry, Slice. After
don't-
that last day that
I
we spoke
don't
to you,
think
you
I
can't
believe
say
him,
anything.
you know?
No, Slice. You see that last day we spoke to you? Oh my god, it was
What?
incredible. I'm certain that you were either high or drunk.
Oh,
I mean,
you're
he could
mate.
be both. You never know.
Yeah.
No, you.
He is in the
You.
UK, so
No, you, Slice. You.
what am I?
The last day, right? Do you know the last day?
Anyway.
Or it's not all about you, okay?
Well, I'm saying let's get on topic.
Well, you're getting off topic because you want to talk about something else before the video. That sounds on topic.
You mean
it?
off? You mean off topic?
Right,
Oh,
say
okay.
what you want to say about Jack Saint. Oh my god.
Why is
All right. Yeah.
That's
So
odd.
basically, I got some takes from Jack Saint's Twitter. One of you might have seen these before, but these are just too good not to acknowledge.
One of you might have seen this really famous guy's Twitter. He's not famous. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
Jackson is not really.
No, he is not famous. You're giving him
It's
too
called
much credit.
sarcasm.
You're loud.
I think the
Yeah, I know because I
think
moved
the
closer to my mic. That's generally how that
intellectual
works.
guy is more famous than Jack Saint.
Well, no, he doesn't have a lot of followers. I don't believe. Last time I checked, it wasn't that many.
Who?
Yeah. Anyway, Can you put Could you put the tweets on screen? The
You
Discord.
seen the last time that he
Oh.
tried to change the stream?
Oh, Borgie, why are you springing this up on me right now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How about this? Can we do
Oh,
it the
no,
first
no,
time
Chat,
that we're back?
this is a travesty.
I mean, you could just get the Discord up.
Yeah, but that.
Do
that
you
just
really wanna
wouldn't
do that
be
after,
professional? You know, where PAFE is all about professionalism.
Exactly.
It doesn't-
Yeah, that's the first thing that I think of whenever I think of PAFE. It's synonymous with professionalism.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like, I
clearly.
believe that
We are,
certain
like,
people are considering
one of the
renaming the
world's
word professional to PAFE.
Top podcasts.
Professional.
What everyone needs to take away from this is that The Last of Us 2 is a really bad game. That's what everyone needs to
I've
take away
heard
from
it.
this.
It's not the greatest.
It's in fact
Hey.
worse than that.
Does anybody?
No. Does anybody
Josh?
snapped out of existence by Thanos?
Oh.
Just
Hello, I'm back. Hello.
Anyways,
Oh, God, clip.
does that suffice as a good interlude into what we're going to
Long story
bring,
short, we're gonna listen to a
bring
sheep
to
talk
our
about Star Wars.
eyes today? Possibly make them bleed.
oh guys, look,
This-
Kevin's shit posting in the chat.
Oh,
This is
no.
a movie about sheep. This is a movie about sheep intended for children. All right.
Is it intended for sheep?
It's a movie about sheep intended for lambs.
Wait, Mim.
Wait, me.
Mim.
I think
Wait,
you're being
hi.
lambist there, sir.
Right.
Lambs. Islamist.
1 minute or 2 minutes into this video, we're all gonna determine what we want to call him, right? And then we're gonna vote on it. Okay. Borgie's already got his vote.
Can
in.
we just not call him anything and just fucking get through this video?
Let's call him Sheep. That's his actual name.
I'm calling him Sean.
It is almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so yeah.
What?
Then
What
have
do
you got
say,
the watch
chat?
together on
Are
Mr.
you
Slice?
guys
Hey,
ready
just
for
get-
this? Everyone else,
Yeah.
are you
No.
guys? Are you guys
Hey
ready
guys,
for
we're
this?
back. Pave's back. We're doing a video.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm really
We're doing
sorry
video.
that we've not been here. Blame it on Borgie. It's Borgie's fault.
No, it's bruh.
Yeah, we'll go with that. All right.
Who's the one who organized this stream?
Me.
Exactly.
It was all
Me.
No, me.
No, it was
Me.
me.
It was
No.
me.
Ah,
Meme. Oh, fuck.
It was
Anyway,
me.
Meme.
it's me.
Anyway, let's,
Two birds, one stone.
let's just do. Let's just
Slice,
do.
Jack
have you got
Saint
the watch
sucks.
together up?
Oh yeah, sorry about the low quality of this video. He's up. This guy's shit.
Why are you apologizing on the behalf of somebody else?
No, it's our stream. It's just that his videos are shit.
Well, then we would have to apologize every video.
Wait,
Sure.
What is
It's
this?
not.
Why does my
setting a bad
screen look different than
example.
what's on the stream?
Um,
Getting mad. about Star Wars on the internet to own the libs.
I mean, just bring the watch together back.
Oh,
Wait,
episode
so
1.
when he says
The
libs,
Phantom
does he
Racer.
mean like
It says
libtards?
aliens.
Yeah, like we'll just lip
No,
link you way in.
Oh,
What?
okay.
No.
This
Whoa,
guy-
man,
this
so
guy's-
far ahead.
I'll just reload it.
Yeah, just reload it. Where basically, this guy's like really far left. He literally has a video called "Why the Rich Shouldn't Exist."
Oh boy.
Does he not say that, like, in one of his videos, was it not titled "Homelessness Shouldn't Exist" or something like that?
I have no idea. I know
Because even if everybody had money, homelessness would still exist.
this guy unironically said that EI is a Nazi.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that take?
Bruh.
Isn't ER like Israeli?
Yeah,
What's that have to
well,
do with the price of? Hey, if you're Jewish, you cannot be right wing.
he said Nazi. I said Nazi. I said Nazi.
Well, Ben Shapiro's a Nazi, so
No.
yeah, that's how it works. If you disagree with the left, you must be a Nazi.
Bruh.
But if
God
you
almighty.
disagree with the right, you can still be a Nazi because you don't agree with the left. That's how it works.
Yeah. If you
could be-
disagree
you
with
could be a
Nazi-
Jewish Nazi.
Yeah, you could be Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Is
That's
it
true.
okay, so
Leveled up.
wouldn't that be
Fuck you, Kevin.
Leveled up.
wouldn't that be what do you call it, like an oxymoron or whatever that is?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like when
Yes.
people say everything is subjective. That is an oxymoron.
exactly, because you're saying that everything's subjective apart from this one thing that I'm saying is objective.
But that,
Because
Yeah.
Anyway.
People are interesting, you know.
people are interesting. And
Anyways,
talking about interesting
have-
people, we're going
we
to
have
cover
a
a
nice,
sheep today.
nice little video here today for you guys. So
I've already done that. bit.
if you
You're-
guys,
you're getting
if
ahead in
you
the
lovely
script.
fellows are ready, we should jump into it.
Slice, did I send you the right script for today?
no.
We don't. This
What?
is not scripted.
Because
This isn't scripted. Why are you talking about
scripted
script?
videos are
what page
shit.
are you on, Slice? What page are you on?
I'm on page 7 right now.
Uh-huh.
It says that this is the part where Borgie and Slice get into a fucking fist fight or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
I feel like we
It's
haven't
gonna-
we
it's
haven't
gonna
developed
go
it enough
down.
though. We can't.
Yeah.
yeah.
Jump
See,
right
I
into
haven't.
it.
I hadn't.
Well,
I
it's only the
didn't. I
first
wasn't able
draft.
to show up to the table read, so
Well,
Oh, mate, Josh, what kind of person would use their first draft of film?
just because it's the first draft doesn't mean you can't just submit it and make it
Yeah,
into a
Mark.
movie.
What kind of retard will use their first draft?
I don't know, Borgie. What are you trying to insinuate?
That Ryan Johnson has a big fucking egg-shaped head. And I want to
Did you have to spoil it?
I want to crack it. Let all the egg golden egg goo come out.
what are you trying to say here, me?
The Ryan Johnson's a fuckface.
Okay. I mean,
Completely
you
warranted.
could have said that straight away, but
Nah, I had to make
I guess
fun of his
you had to get
egghead
through all
and the goo that
the
lies
goo.
within.
you gotta wade through the goo.
Yeah,
You gotta get-
the goo that lies within.
oh god.
Goo? Why are we talking about goo?
Because he's an egg. He's got
I leave my
fucking
com-
egg yolk in his
my
brain.
com-
How hard is this to understand, guys?
I need to.
What's that have to do with the price of bread?
I have to fucking break
Return
every
of the
What's that have
single
to do
thing
with a
out.
slice of bread?
All you need to
return of
know.
the slice.
All you need to know is that Abby is a bad
like, we
character,
could- guys,
and
we could-
The Last of Us is a bad game, and
We
Jack
could-
Sane has
we
bad
could
taste.
create our own like screenplays. You know, we could have like the Return of the Goo, and then we could do like Revenge of the Goo, and like
Revenge
I
Slice, I think that
Goo.
your idea is. Slice, do you know how good I think your idea is? If
The Goo strikes back.
I want to show you.
I see.
I want
it.
to show you an example as to why I think your idea is so good. Okay, you ready, Slice? Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Is everybody ready for this great reference to what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Ready?
I don't know if you
Wait, is
noticed,
that gonna
but there was a new
get us
Star Wars movie.
copyrighted?
That was,
Okay. Already, right off the bat, this guy's mic quality is fucking ass.
We can't
Sounds
talk
like he's
with-
talking through a fucking cell phone or some shit.
through a microphone.
No,
Yeah.
through
Get it?
cell phone.
Microwave.
Oh,
Get it?
Oh, here, just a sec.
Slice, what are you doing?
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm just don't mind me.
I'm not doing anything
Just making
apart from
things better for
you know
the chat.
these things that I'm doing.
yes, Fries, we are live.
No, we're not. Don't lie to him.
Yes, you being able to
All right.
see us.
All
means
right,
that we are
let's get into
live.
this. Let's get into this, shall we?
No.
No.
You see if we get copyrighted for that bit?
No, we
Thank
won't.
you.
No, we
Nice.
won't. Josh, don't.
God.
Well,
I don't know if you noticed, but there was a new Star Wars movie that was marginally different to the others and took the story in a new.
he's actually
Just-
got like
Sounds like, he
Jay.
sounds like Jay. Yeah.
Yeah.
He sounds like Jay. I was
Yeah.
gonna say the same thing.
All English people are autism, isn't that
Why is
right,
the
Borgie?
quality? Did he get like bad clips or something? Because like the
Well,
video quality itself is fine, but the
Well, to be
clips
honest,
that he's
I
using are
could-
low quality.
I could
Yeah.
record audio on my phone that is better quality than this.
It's weird. It's like he
Yeah.
took clips that were like
Intentionally, they made it worse.
360p or some shit, and then like downscaled them even more somehow.
I think he put a pop filter on a potato.
Pop filter on
Oh.
a potato.
Sitting putting his USB into the potato. Oh.
An interesting direction. As you may or may not also have noticed, this upset a lot of people, many of whom claimed that it ruined Star Wars, which worried me for a moment, because I thought that this movie must have gone back and meddled with the original trilogy in some way, making it a
It
Oh my
did.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
Fucking,
Is he
you
implying that it
fucking
didn't?
thick-headed fool.
No, we're not getting. No, let's see.
No, I'm
what point
fucking
he's
sick
trying
of
to.
this shit.
No,
I'm already
you,
sick of it.
you don't know what point he's trying to make. You're taking.
I deny that it doesn't fuck with the original trilogy.
You don't have the context yet.
I don't need context. He's sitting here in this condescending tone, like,
Well-
I was worried for a second. I thought they went back and changed some stuff, but they didn't. They came up with the original
Let's-
idea.
It's like so.
Let's not blow our let's not blow our load in the opening 23 seconds.
No,
I'm gonna
no, okay.
fucking-
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. So it's basically like in big, imagine big bold text that says Star Wars is completely and utterly ruined by this film, and it's right in front of his face, and he's like doing a double take. He's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And then he just like can't see
What?
it.
Slice, I think that you should write sitcoms.
No.
No, that would.
About
Yeah, but anyway,
That'd be
anyway,
terrible.
let's continue. Let's
obnoxious
continue.
and filled with CGI busyness.
Probably should pause.
Wait, no. Right, well, that was added in post. That was a special edition. That wasn't initially there. So you can't use that. That's cheating.
Yeah, but no, he's saying that the people aren't claiming that the special editions ruined Star Wars.
Well, right. At the most basic level, and we'll get into this later because I don't want to blow the load in the opening 29 seconds,
Shut
but
up.
right. At the very least, right, as much as the special edition kind of screwed a few things around, it didn't fundamentally destroy the universe as we know it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was visual fucking changes, and they were horrible. Don't get me wrong, but none of these visual changes went back and rewrote fucking history for Star Wars.
Yeah.
daughter way to the cheeky baba.
Yeah.
Also, it was done by someone who worked on the film like
What's up,
before the
Paul?
original one, doing the
His
changes,
mouth looks so big.
as opposed to say, I don't know, Ryan Johnson, who has gone on record to say he doesn't care about Star Wars. So there
And
is
he's also
that.
gone on record saying that he cares a lot about Star Wars. Slice. Are you
I'm back
implying
and
that this
forth
guy's
with
not
But this is
consistent?
Ryan
He
Johnson
said that he's a
we're talking
hardcore
about.
fan of Star Wars.
Yeah, but he also said he doesn't care.
He
He's
literally
literally
just
a
wanted to make his
sarcastic.
own film. He couldn't care less if it was Star Wars.
It's almost like he's inconsistent in real life too.
Yep, that's
Right.
true.
Maybe
Ah!
retroactively ruined the originals by taking away any mysticism the Force originally
wait,
had
wait.
by reducing
Okay, hold on. We gotta go back because we skipped over a little bit.
Yeah, because it's literally just this.
I get it. I want to hear what he's got to say.
No. no.
You don't have
knew
to
it.
pause it. Okay, you don't have to pause it every 1 second. It can
No,
play.
because
I've had so many claims recently.
I get it, but oh my god.
Can you just scrub
I wanna
through?
see-
Can you just scrub through it to get to where he's actually talking?
I think I got it.
Well, does that mean we all have to go to like 15 minutes before he actually makes a decent point?
Yeah, let's continue.
Maybe retroactively ruin the originals by taking away any mysticism the Force originally had by reducing it to, oh, it's actually just these microscopic beings that live on you.
What?
Okay.
But that didn't take anything away from it, really.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was
kinda-
not very good.
It's a
but
bit.
Make
Okay,
arguments.
I mean,
it still it
Yeah.
didn't go to the level that the
Yeah.
sequel trilogy has. Like, not
It
in any way. Like, it's nowhere
didn't
close to
ruin-
that.
Yeah, it didn't ruin the Force. It added an explanation, and it was a crap explanation. It wasn't a very good one.
Well, it didn't change the Force
But
because
it-
the
it
nature of
didn't-
the Force wasn't
In, like,
fundamentally
some
changed by it being.
very
Yeah.
small way, it does sort of make sense in the context of the the universe that is Star Wars.
It's
Yeah,
just
I
no
would
longer
just-
the Holy Spirit.
I would just make it more literally just it's an energy field, and certain people can interact with it, and just leave it as that.
It's another layer of reality, Anakin.
that makes sense. That's easy
Yeah,
to understand.
yeah. It's a better explanation, although midichlorians don't ruin the OT.
But
No.
you can't forget that the Force is female. That is
No.
key. That is
No.
key writing right there.
I agree, Slice.
Okay, let's continue.
Aliens are a microscopic life form that resides within all living cells.
They live inside me.
Inside your cells, yes.
They live inside me.
A little bit like bacteria, Anakin.
Yeah.
It's like stage 4 cancer if you think about it.
It's like having coronavirus inside of you. You know?
Midichlorians that cause the coronavirus.
Oh no.
Once.
Life forms living together for mutual advantage. Without the midichlorians,
Oh, so it is like a parasite then.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's more like a symbiote, like Venom.
Well, you could argue Venom's a parasite.
Yeah, but isn't Venom
Parasite.
isn't Venom like purely evil?
Venom.
No.
No. I
Okay.
mean, do you know
No.
anything about Venom?
No, I don't.
No, he's not. Mate, have you read Lethal Protector? That's
No,
a really
I
good
don't-
book.
Honestly, I don't really care for Marvel stuff. Like,
I don't really care about
I
this
didn't
thing that
grow
I've just
up with it.
condemned.
That's the thing.
Yeah, no, Venom's not like evil.
Okay.
Not he's more of an anti-hero.
He's kind of like Frank Castle.
But a
Only
bit more-
racially
Yeah.
ambiguous.
But okay.
Racially.
You see, I don't.
That was a
I'm happy that
remarkable
we don't
Republican
have a good,
throwback.
like a
I don't
big
fucking-
audience because
yeah.
otherwise I probably would have gotten like a lot of shit. For,
You
for
think I
saying
keep
that.
up with the fucking quotes that guy has?
Yeah.
Honestly, you could write a book with just remarkable Republican quotes. I'll be the third piece of PF merch.
Mate, this guy is remarkable Republican but left wing.
Don't know. That's not filling me with much hope.
And also not a troll.
and we would have no knowledge
He's
of the
genuine.
Force. They continually speak to us, telling us the will of the Force.
This video goes on for so long.
When you learn to quiet your mind, you'll hear them speaking to you.
But then I remembered that George Lucas had already done that, so The Last Jedi couldn't have ruined any previous movies any more than he already did. Turns out The Last Jedi...
No, that's not how it works.
What a
That
fucking
isn't-
fool.
That's
That is not how that works.
Oh my
You can
God.
break something more than once, and there's different degrees of that breaking.
Yes.
Imagine thinking that midichlorians literally ruined the entire canon of Star Wars lore.
I would agree that the explanation's a bit screwy, but at the end of the day, it doesn't fundamentally change anything.
I get
it
that
doesn't
it's not.
nullify
I get
everything.
that it's not a popular thing that people like, but George Lucas was just simply trying to add an explanation to this universe that was gaining more and more lore by the day. So he felt the need to add this explanation in the mainline movies
Yeah.
to explain
Which-
it. And like, I'm not saying you have to like it. I personally don't even like it. But the thing
Me
is,
neither.
like, it doesn't ruin any. It doesn't ruin anything that's pre-established in the story. It's just not brought up in the original trilogy.
Realistically, what do midichlorians take away from any of Star Wars?
The mysticism of the Force.
Oh, okay, that's really
That's what
important.
people like to say. Is like, oh, well, it used to be anyone could be a Jedi, but now it's like, oh, but even
No,
then,
it's
Wait, that's
Sorry, did you
stupid.
watch the prequels? Do you realize how many Jedi there were?
Yeah.
The Jedi literally just picked random kids up off random planets and was like, "Hey, you're force sensitive. Hey, we'll teach you some stuff."
I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure the way it works is like even still, like you don't even have to have a high midichlorian count to be force sensitive. Like
Yeah,
I
well,
think
sure.
everyone has the capability. It's just how in tune you are with it, I guess. Is how it works.
Obi-Wan and Anakin would be the perfect example because Anakin had a very high midichlorian count, whereas Obi-Wan didn't have as high, but he trained and worked hard to attain his role.
They're like a catalyst to help you become more in tune with the Force. It's not like, whether or not you're able to use the Force because of them.
It's more of like a reflection of your potential as opposed to your actual.
Kinda, yeah.
But also on top of that, like,
I think the sequel trilogy tried to kind of change that idea and make it so that basically
it was a bit more mystical.
Make it so that basically anyone and everyone can be a Jedi.
Well,
like
no,
that's kind of what they were trying to do.
That's been a thing since the OT. I'm
but,
sorry, but that has been a thing.
Has it though? Like.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
because
no, not really actually, because nobody I see.
All the Star Wars stuff that I have watched before the sequel trilogy, before Disney got it and all that, everything that I read or watched or whatever, I didn't get I just didn't get the feeling that they were trying to go with anyone can be just like any random people can be Jedi. Like I just didn't get that.
No. I want to say something. I just want to say something real quick. It's not a case of anyone could be a Jedi, but a Jedi can come from anywhere.
Oh, shut up, Remy.
Okay. Yeah. I mean.
You get that reference?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Right. So the example I would use is Luke, for
but then
example.
there's also lineage, which goes back to the
well, Count Dooku, for example, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like a lot of Jedi's, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I don't know about Yoda, but I know Obi-Wan Kenobi didn't have force sensitive parents, as far as I'm aware. Count Dooku definitely. Well, I'm pretty sure he didn't because he was found in the forest.
No. So his parents are definitely not. We know his parents in the books, and they're not force sensitive.
Okay, I was going to use Anakin, but he was kind of a space orphan. So
space orphan.
That's interesting because there was I think it might have been like a comic or something, maybe graphic novel, something like that, about a Tusken Raider that was a Jedi. Obviously, this was in the EU, so it's not canon anymore. But there was something about that, and that'd be really interesting to kind of try and connect that with how all this works.
Are you saying they had Muslim Jedis?
No.
Maybe.
You're going into risky territory here.
Sheep's gonna be like, they just. I wonder what Sheep's gonna say to this shit.
I like the Muslims, okay?
They say Islamophobic statements.
Anyways,
my friend is a Muslim.
Our point, chat, is that the sequel trilogy kind of messed it all up. Lucas, even though he added some odd things, didn't totally destroy it. That's all.
There's nothing that fundamentally nullified or bent the lore.
Well, you say bent, I would use the term. Yeah, well, I was going to say broke, but yeah, destroyed works.
Ass blasted. That's a good term.
Yeah.
It was just a controversial movie, and some people on the internet were getting upset over it for basically no reason. A particular.
Oh my god.
Well, we have to see what he's going to say. We have to see what he's going to say.
I know, but.
It's basically a string of really
this is just so easy, dude. It's so simple. Like you could take the lazy route and just be like, no reason. Mahler has fucking how many plus hours of extensive research into this?
It's not long critique is not good critique.
my point is, if it's no reason, at the very least, if you want to invalidate his reasons, which you can't, but if you want to invalidate his reasons, don't say there's no reasons. He presents fucking thousands of them in his videos.
Well, not thousands, but a lot.
What has
Being hyperbolic.
He's established there are problems with Star Wars. So what does he consider to qualify as a problem with Star Wars? Because I would suggest something that breaks the lore, something that destroys the entire universe.
Like
we'll get into later. Yes, that's the thing that I'm referencing.
Yeah.
Although they try and retcon that in the next movie by saying it's a 1 in a million chance, but the fact that it's possible retcons like. And also, we didn't have the context at the time that it was a 1 in a million thing. We seen that, and we were like, "Oh, you could do this now." And also the fact that Hux is sitting shitting himself. Why would he be scared? He would be like, "Oh, it's a 1 in a million chance. We'll be sweet." Why would he get scared? Everything would suggest that that's something that you could do easily in the Star Wars universe, given the things that we've been presented.
It's literally just a quick retcon, just to be like, "Oh yeah, this is why we can't." It's such a bad plot hole.
The wind was blowing in the right direction, and she just caught it perfectly.
The entire fucking final battle would have broken fundamentally if he didn't retcon that.
I don't know. It was already like when they were actually doing it. It was already kind of like like the whole thing was like, why didn't they just set it on autopilot and then got out of there, or get a droid to do it? Like there's so many stupid stuff that you can break that thing down. That like the whole 1 in a million thing doesn't really even like.
You go back. At that point, you go back to the start, right?
Oh yeah. It's the whole
pile. Go back to the start, right? Go back to episode 4, okay? Go back to A New Hope, and you see the Death Star, and everybody's like, "Oh, that can destroy planets." All right, okay. Well, let's go on bomb. Oh wait, no, we don't need to bomb it. We can just get a droid to pilot the ship and fucking
9/11
go through hyperspace through it. Oh god, don't.
Well, that's the best way to describe it. Just straight 9/11 it.
Admiral Akbar.
Yeah, actually, that is a good point. That is actually a good point.
Imagine it was Akbar. Yeah, the Akbar maneuver.
What were you saying, Mim?
I didn't say anything.
Oh,
I said Allah Akbar.
Yes.
Here's something I found really interesting about Star Wars is that the later films are the original films,
racially lighter,
and
or
the earlier films are the later films. So basically, what I mean by that is the original 3 were made way back in, when were they made? Like the 60s or
70s.
70s.
The first one was made in 1977. The first one was made.
Yeah. So way back then, no one had ever, no one had ever tried to do films like this. And then you get the newer.
Well, I mean, Star Trek was kind of the
prequel trilogy, which are basically supposed to take place before those, and it's like this really odd, I don't know, visually type of odd thing, because the Phantom Menace stuff, or not even the Phantom Menace, just the prequel trilogy looks so much more updated and everything than the original ones, and it's just all kind of like backwards.
More technology.
So there's so many stuff that just like, yeah, I think in that way it kind of breaks the immersion. Right.
Well, no, you can't expect them to all look the same, right? The one thing that I will give the new Star Wars movies is
I think they all look
really good, but it's
in terms of style, but like just the technology that they had.
Look the same. We can't keep.
Okay, guys, you're speaking over.
Yeah, we are speaking over each other because I'm trying to make a point. That point would be, why would you use the exact same models that you used in the 70s today, whenever you have the technology to make it look a billion times better?
No, he's talking about the context of aesthetic. Like, look at the ships from the prequels and look at the ships from the OT.
All right, yeah,
I don't have a problem with like the design or anything. It's just interesting seeing because they're like flipped. You know what I mean? The later films, or supposedly later films, are made way back when, and the earlier films are made now. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of everything's flipped.
Mm-hmm.
So
I suppose you could argue possibly that
it's kind of odd that they didn't think about things like putting a droid pilot, in kamikaze ships way back when.
It's been with Hux getting scared, it proves that it's something that people know about within the context of the universe.
Do you want to know what unironically like people said to explain that? The Holdo, they said that Holdo invented it.
Oh yeah, they said nobody else thought about it.
Yeah, no one else thought about the concept of kamikaze.
That's like the first thing you would think of. Like, hey, can we
some
weaponize
other
this?
civilization on a planet somewhere in the Star Wars universe that is like all based upon kamikaze.
The
lifestyle.
Person who invented the fucking slip space, whatever you fucking want to call it, the
first thing you would think of,
quantum drive thing. Whoever invented that would immediately go,
can we weaponize this?
I wonder what would happen if you flew this through a fleet of ships, how effective it would be.
Also, on top of that, right, think of the logistics, okay? If they're now saying that...
Also, can I
just 2 seconds?
Yeah.
The understanding of... Well, my understanding of what hyperspace was until TLJ was hyperspace is you go through a wormhole. Yeah.
Because that's what it was.
You travel through the wormhole, but now they've just went, you just go really fast. So what happens if you hit another ship or another planet? Or
in the originals,
No. So I think it's a case of their specific hyperspace is like a road. There are specific hyperspace lanes.
Yeah. But they kind of got rid of that with this new stuff.
Kind of like so you don't ram into any planets or into any stars. Like in the first one would like
that contradicts the TLJ then, because she was able to fly through other
I know it
ships.
does.
I know, that's what we're saying.
Yeah,
TLJ is trash.
It's a bad movie, objectively.
I'm not arguing with you, I'm just arguing with that point of view.
Because I don't think they go like into too much detail about the hyperspace routes, but they kind of allude to it in like the Phantom Menace, because I think they do talk about how like the Hutts control a certain sector of space, so that means the Hutts
They say
hyperspace is like
They talk about controlling specific hyperspace lanes. I think that's even a point in the Clone Wars. Yeah, the Hutts control. Okay. Yeah, they talk about the Hutts controlling certain hyperspace lanes, and basically, both the Separatists and the Republic want access to those lanes because it will give them.
From what I understand, I could only assume that's places where you could go into in terms of areas where you could access within. Like Hutt space is essentially like just an area within a city that is
outer rim,
mob bosses and all the bad stuff happens there.
See, I think it can get a little bit busy with all that stuff, but I think that is a way better explanation than what they've kind of tried to do in TLJ, with just kind of skipping anywhere.
It's just going really fast
because it gives some level of depth to the universe of like the galaxy.
Well, they shouldn't even done like how they should have handled the tracker is that. Like, it should have just been a calculation of, calculate... Actually, I say that even then. That's very tis of me. Never mind.
I think we should get back to the video.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good.
The focus for the hatred directed towards the new trilogy so far is the characters, and how comparatively inferior they apparently are, despite the fact that this is both untrue and also criticism that can be...
Holy moly!
Oh.
Well, we have to see how he quantifies it, I guess, but that is that's a very strong position to take, to say that Rey is better written than Luke Skywalker. But
no, he said that she isn't worse than Luke.
Oh, okay, so she's equal to Luke.
Yeah,
At least.
No.
Yeah, at least.
No.
Oh God.
Not by.
I'm looking forward. I'm really not looking forward to this.
Much more accurately directed towards the prequels, but there was no real benefit to be gained from doing that, especially now that the prequels have come back into fashion, mostly in meme form. A lot has been said about the diversity of the new cast from both sides of the political spectrum. I think everyone is aware by now of the far-right's hilarious reaction to The Force Awakens, and this has only continued with The Last Jedi.
Only far-right people don't like TLJ, is that what he's trying to say?
No, he's talking about like the diversity of The Force Awakens.
Well,
but like
whenever you try and ram it down our throat and say the Force is female, can you understand why people would have that misconception?
JJ
isn't a misconception.
JJ's on record saying that he wanted a diverse cast from the get-go.
He's on record saying that he wanted an entirely Asian cast.
It's an example of forced diversity.
Yeah.
Literally forced diversity.
Yeah, it's literally what forced diversity is. I mean,
Mahler even has talked about this, and I think it was maybe the TLJ one.
Can I also make a response to a point that loads of people make about forced diversity?
Depends on whether or not it will take long and if it's relevant.
It's semi-relevant and it shouldn't take too long. So basically, people often say that just because, like, people use the point of take all of Rey, make her male, and then and it wouldn't make her a good character all of a sudden. But the point is, in regards to forced diversity, it's not that having forced diversity will by default make a character bad. It's just when it comes to forced diversity, it's more likely a character will be bad as a result of it.
Well, no, it's the example that I would use is just whenever you put diversity over quality, you will end up most likely coming away with less quality than you would otherwise.
Right,
almost definitely every time.
Don't get an actor that you want to be a character and then make the character around that. Make your world, make your characters, make your story, and then cast it.
See, that ironically is the point that Thor Skywalker makes in his video that this video is a response to. And I don't want to get into too much detail on it because I don't know whether or not he'll bring it up in this video, but that's kind of the point that he was making throughout his video. Anyway. Yeah.
Where people harassed the actress who played a character they just...
That's lies.
Yeah, she never claimed she was harassed.
Yeah.
She didn't even, she legit didn't even claim it. That's the funny thing.
There's no proof of that anywhere.
And again, never even claimed it to begin with.
And also,
that's the funny
people
thing.
Don't get harassed. It just comes with the territory of being famous.
She said that she left social media because she wanted to avoid the drama. There's no evidence of harassment.
In fairness, messaging one person is also harassment. So
replying to someone's tweet is harassment. I fucking remember that shit.
Character they disliked to the point that she was essentially forced off social media, and of course Stefan Molyneux was on top form when he spent the entirety of his video on the subject whining about how much worse off he reckons white men have it than everyone else in society.
Why the fuck is he bringing up Stefan Molyneux?
Because it's relevant, I guess.
I don't know.
Rather than talking about the fucking movie. However, this has not stopped.
So if he doesn't talk about the movie, why even because I think most people agree that Stefan Molyneux is a retard.
Yeah, but he's looking at this from a political view. He's not a lot of people that seem to like TLJ don't like it because of the quality of the movie, because if you liked it for the quality of the movie, you would have to acknowledge it's a bad movie. But the point that a lot of people seem to take from it is, I agree with the politics of this movie, therefore I like it. As opposed to, I think this movie is well written and very, it's a good movie. I like it.
Yeah.
And it's also, you can like it and it be bad, but a lot of people seem to not do that with TLJ. It's either it's good or it's not. And the people that says good seem to come at it from I agree with the politics, and the people that say it's not come at it from the perspective of it's badly written.
Well, they usually do the whole themes thing, but look at the themes. Remember that Hello Greedo quote? But how did it make you feel?
But that's silly though, because I could.
Yeah. Such a retarded stand, because how it made you feel is entirely subjective. I should note, this guy legit believes that you can't be objective with films.
This guy?
Yeah, this guy. He doesn't believe that you can be objective with films. Yeah.
Yeah, but that intention and the execution of that. Also,
Yeah.
on top of that, right? What happens, right? What happens if the theme of a movie ends up being the opposite of the theme that you come away from it with? What happens if you go into a movie and you go, okay, I thought that the theme of the movie was that you should hate your parents because they'd never do enough for you, and the theme of the movie was, yeah, you should love your parents and really appreciate them.
I mean, it's the case with themes, like, because you can't be objective with themes in the sense of you can be objective on what the main theme is. Like,
also, it's inferred.
Yeah, but I mean, no. You say it's inferred. Yoda says it. Yoda says it.
Yeah, in this instance, but a lot of the time themes are inferred.
Yeah, but it depends on your point of reference.
Most films don't explicitly go, the greatest teacher failure is.
Yeah, but you know, it depends on how you look at like Death of the Author as well. You know what I mean? Like
it all depends on your reference, but like it's an object. We'll use Old Boy for example. It's the theme of that film, and this is an objective fact about Old Boy, is the idea that vengeance can destroy you or will destroy you. And it's like it's objective because the entire film, even though they never say it directly in the film, the entire film is centered around the concepts of vengeance, and the plot of the film is literally revolves around that concept. So objectively, it is the theme of that film. Like it all depends on your references on whether or not a theme is objective or not.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Death of the Author, I mean, it's very relevant here. You're fine. Good. That was all I was saying. I was just saying Death of the Author is very relevant for a conversation like this about what you interpret from the theme, like what the author intended and what you get from it. It's like, you know, I kind of stand by Death of the Author in the sense of like, you know, I think that the author can be fucking just wrong sometimes about what they make. You know, it's especially if you look at it objectively and you gather everything that's there and you assess it appropriately. I mean, who's the author to say, well, no, actually it's this? It's like, well, yeah, you may have made it, but you certainly didn't do a good job of conveying this. Like, you're just wrong in this instance.
Yeah, Rian Johnson would say that The Last Jedi is a good film, but he is objectively wrong.
Well, he also thinks that movie's perfect and has no flaws. He's on record saying that.
But did he? Oh my God, Ryan, you egghead!
He literally said, somebody asked him and said, "Hey, if you could change anything about Last Jedi, what would you change?" He said, "Nothing. The movie's perfect the way it is. I love it."
What?
Even though there are literal just flaws, like just editing flaws.
The disappearing dagger? He wouldn't remove that?
No, because the force disappearing dagger.
Yeah, because it goes behind her back, so now you can say that she spawned it out of existence. Oh my God!
Oh no!
It's like how people made the explanation for the force kick whenever his kick didn't connect with that person on the barge in episode 6.
Yeah,
it was the force kick. I don't know.
Yeah.
Star Wars fan base continuing to.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to have. You need to have one hell of an ego, one hell of a goddamn stick up your ass to think that like all your work is perfect and just believe that there's no flaws with it.
It's almost like he's extremely arrogant.
Yeah. course.
Fair enough.
On the subject, whining about how much worse off he reckons white men have it than everyone else in society, rather than talking about the fucking movie. However,
guys, the video isn't playing on stream. It's frozen.
Oh no.
It's playing for me.
Oh, it's probably just a second or two behind.
Yeah, it's a delay.
Silly goose.
I know. Well, it's I know. It's the fact that Fry's actually said it.
Star Wars fan base continuing to drone on and on about how Rey is a Mary Sue or Finn is too comical, regardless of how accurate these.
I mean, both those statements are true.
I love how he just flies over them as well. Like, I know it's 2 minutes in, and it's just the introduction, but like, we haven't really got much to chew on.
The guy's very arrogant.
Well, I'd like it depends on like how he tries to qualify it. I can 223. Oh. Oosh. Back to Stephen Molyneux.
Have it than everyone else in society, rather than talking about the fucking movie. However, this has not stopped the Star Wars fan base.
Keep that in reference if he talks about politics and not the fucking movie.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Which part?
I mean, we're spending a bit too much.
No, Slice is trying to figure out if there's any technical errors, bro.
Alright.
So sweet, we good?
Yeah, we're good.
But continuing to drone on and on about how Rey is a Mary Sue or Finn is too comical, regardless of how accurate these criticisms actually are. To that end,
they are entirely accurate.
They're 100% valid. They're 100% accurate. And the reason why people, quote, drone on and on about it is because of people like you who refuse to acknowledge the truth of the matter. That's why people continue to talk about it, is because there are silly people like yourself who refuse to acknowledge the facts.
I could use that as a flat earther and just go, hey, yeah, you know, there's a lot of people that seem to think the world is flat, despite the evidence that it's quite obviously not.
You mean the world is round?
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is like you can apply that to anything that is like even factual. But it depends on how he qualifies it, because we are too early in the video to have any meat to chew on, if you know.
Yeah. People,
I don't know about that. I think it's just... Is he not just trying to outline the fact that a lot of people are talking about it, and he's trying to say, well...
Yeah.
Slice, are you insinuating that if thousands, if not millions of people agree on something, that there's no merit in that thing whatsoever?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could make an argument of appeal to popularity, but at the same time, like, with how educated modern society is, it's... you could make an argument.
Not even that. If this many people have an issue with it, the chances are, even at the most fundamental level, there is one problem. At least one. This guy said that there's no problems. It's perfectly fine.
Well, I don't think Ryan said there's no problem. He hasn't explicitly said that are no flaws. He might be like, there are some flaws, but it doesn't make the movie terrible.
Well, he's saying that it's incomparable to the... He said it's incomparable to the prequels. And also the sequels as well. Or not the sequel, DOT.
Yeah.
The mistakes of the special edition and the mistakes of the prequels. He's saying that it's incomparable. Which would insinuate that it's better, at the very least. And also what Mim said.
Yeah.
And allow me to introduce you to Thor Skywalker, one of the many surprisingly successful YouTube channels out there that seems to exist solely off of talking endlessly about Star Wars, some of which are...
It's almost like the main source of content for that channel is Star Wars or something.
Yeah.
What do you mean surprising? What is surprising about that?
He's a Star Wars-focused channel.
Surprisingly, the sports channel seems to make a living off covering sports.
You know how fucking popular Star Wars is, you fucking thick-headed melon?
It's the equivalent of asking why the History Channel talks about the Nazis so much.
Can we not say the same about Sean for politics?
Yeah. Or sheep. Oh, you're making me confused with actual like Sean. You know that Sean.
No, it's not that Sean. It's this Sean.
Yeah, but just call him sheep. Just call him sheep.
Sean.
It's easy because you're gonna confuse everyone by. You're gonna make.
Right, I'll call him either Timmy or Sean. Your choice.
Fucking sheep.
Timmy,
fine. Tim.
Okay.
Simple.
They're actually great and really interesting, but they are a minority. Mostly praising the Clone Wars and shitting on The Last Jedi because that's the content that rakes in the views.
It's almost like they might be the views that he holds.
Yeah, rakes in the views.
Also,
I mean, it will get you views, but
7.5K, 163K, 19K, 27K. It's not raking in the views, like 4.1K, 3.5. They're not bad view figures.
To be fair, he's saying in general, shitting on The Last Jedi gets you a lot of views, not just this guy's channel.
Yeah,
but
I mean, look at.
I disagree with it. I'm just saying that that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
Don't like it? Yeah. See, I quite like Thor Skywalker from what I have seen of him. I'd probably like, in terms of like, he makes good points. Whether or not like the videos that I watched and Borgie watched in the setup for this video, which this video is in reference to, he kind of like he's a little bit disambiguous at times in terms of his references to good and bad, but you can kind of insinuate what he's implying. Whereas with people like this, they don't define terms, they don't set anything up, they're not consistent. But this guy's setting it up, I suppose, so at least there's that. It just depends on how he qualifies it, I guess.
He doesn't appear to talk about superhero stuff very often, as his name might imply, but that's okay.
Well, actually, but his name might imply it. Thor Skywalker. Well, half of that's Skywalker.
That's not really important. That's not really very important.
Yeah, I know, but it's a bit silly. Also, he does videos in Captain Marvel as well.
What the fuck does the name of your channel have to do with fucking anything? Yeah, you know, Leafy's content. Yeah, he loves to cover fucking maple and sap. You know, it's
great. It has nothing to do with
me, Malcolm.
Fucking matter.
Me, Malcolmist. He likes turning gold into Doge.
Yeah, I like turning raw material into memes.
Oh, God.
Like this fucking guy's video, for example.
It's okay. Thor Skywalker made a video called Rey and the Sad Devolution of the Female Character, and it was just so incorrect that, much like the video I did about Razor Fist a while ago, I needed to respond to it. I bet.
Okay.
He's not incorrect with his point at all. And maybe I haven't seen the video, but maybe it's incorrect to say
he's not incorrect at all, but I haven't seen it.
No, I'm saying about with that title alone, just saying like, you know,
I did
evolution
see
of the female character. I'm just saying though, simply like maybe it wasn't Rey who started it, but it's certainly Rey who popularized it.
Yeah, and also I watched his video, and there's no real issue I have with it. He basically brings up how like people basically try and treat female. No, let me say this. I was going to say they were basically just saying that people treat female characters more like icons now than they do like actual characters. That was the main point, which is true.
And then he uses a certain example of a certain Ripley to explain that.
Yeah. I was gonna mention Ripley and just say she is the go-to example. She's not a woman written into the movie.
Yeah, she's not a woman first. She's a character
to be a woman.
Yeah. Yes.
Like
you're making a character. I mean, the should be a character first, and then their gender and stuff should fall into place. Unless the gender is a part of the character, unless the race is a fundamental aspect of the character.
Sarah Connor, for example. Yeah. Like Sarah had to be a female, literally on the basis of John.
Right.
But at the same time, she's also half decent character in and of herself.
Half decent. I don't know. She's
fucking great. She's great.
Do you not understand what half decent means?
Doesn't imply that she's great.
No, half decent is like British slang for very good.
Right. Anyway, she's fucking great, and aside from the things that aren't fucking great, they're basically past T2, but still.
Apart from you,
Dark Fate, Tomato Dark Fate, Genesis
to the chat. Sorry, there I was. If I was not speaking or didn't seem like I was speaking for a little bit, I realized I had my thing on mute on the stream for a little bit, so that's why.
Did you just think we were ignoring you?
Yeah, I didn't.
That wouldn't be uncharacteristic for us.
I had myself unmuted on Discord, so they were the guys were able to hear me, but I had it muted on the stream by accident. So sorry about that.
So
yes, just wanted to let you know about that.
You silly goose.
I'm back now.
Slice is here, guys. Wait, so does that mean that every time that you've spoken, it's just been silent so far?
For a very small bit of time.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't
for a small slice of time.
It wasn't for the entire stream.
Just
it wasn't for a large slice of time. It was for a small slice of time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, Remy? Are we ready to continue, Remy?
Let's go.
Basically, don't have a choice in these things. You know how it is.
We're not going to get copyright for that. I doubt that.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying he doesn't have a choice.
So the first several minutes of this video are Thor, or Mr. Skywalker, one of the two, talking about how much he loved aliens and how tense the final sequence is and how great of a character Ripley is, on which we agree.
Anyway, what I remember most was just how tense and nervous the last part of that movie made me, when Ripley, after having essentially escaped a nightmare scenario, goes back to save Newt, a young girl who was the sole survivor of a colony that had been wiped out by aliens.
He then says that the reason we all love Ripley is because she's a fully realised, believable character, and again, we sort of agree, but I would add a caveat that that's not the only way to make a great character, even though it does work on this occasion.
To this day,
so what else is fundamental in creating a character? Being a relatable character. You don't need a good character.
Not relatable.
No, I can answer that myself, okay? Thank you very much, Morgan Boy. Right. You can create, I understand in terms of you can create a character that isn't relatable, but still a good character. Yeah, no, I get that.
No.
In order to have a character, you have to give them a character.
Have you guys heard of the rules to character writing? So, funnily enough, relatability is actually not a rule for character writing. You don't need a character to be relatable. In fact, if anything, some people...
Well, yes. Some people try to... Bastards.
Oh, yeah. But, a character needs to be, basically... I believe the 4 rules are I remember compelling needs to be 1, believable, layered, and I can't remember what the 4th one was.
Well written.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Rules.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know, man.
I would agree. I haven't heard about that, about the 4 things, but I would agree that to have a good character that people will enjoy, you need to adhere to certain things, in order to write them out and give them certain things, certain traits, whatever the case may be. Because without those,
well, it depends on context. And it depends on what the character's supposed to do. It depends on the actions and purpose of the character.
Well, because if we look at Rey, I'd say.
Do you want to make Hitler relatable? That's what I'm trying to.
I don't think she's really a character because there's nothing I find really compelling about her. Her acting doesn't help it.
She has no characteristics.
What
do you know
what
the top comment?
Do you
know what the top comment on the top of that Thor Skywalker video that this guy's referencing? The top comment was it being female is not a character trait? In reference to Rey, because that seems to be the only aspect of Rey that like it doesn't appeal to anything else
actually,
other than raised female.
I just thought of with when you said that, Josh. So like right now I'm going through the series or TV show Adventure Time. And the main character in that show
guys,
is a guy named Finn. But they, the writers intentionally
Borgie, wait a second. Slice is making a point. You can wait your turn, good boy.
So throughout pretty much the entire series, it's the main character is a guy. But throughout the seasons, in certain episodes, they swap all the genders. So now the main character is a girl, and it works just as effectively. Like, they're still really cool characters and everything. So just being female, just having a female role doesn't mean anything. Like, you have to build your character.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't like Rey because she's a woman. I don't like Rey because she's badly written.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Rey because she's a woman. Like, they could have had a badass character as a girl, but they just didn't write her as.
Yeah, it's also different than Ripley too, because sorry to cut you off. I'm just saying that like it's different than Ripley because we have a pre-established universe with Rey as well. So a lot of her flaws come from how powerful she is and how we don't know who she is. And she
also has that affects the context of the universe as well.
Yeah. So like, it's different. It's way different than Ripley. I'm not saying like, I don't know if this guy tries to, equate
Ripley's abilities don't fundamentally distort the universe or the setup of the universe.
She starts out in the same position everyone else in the movie starts out as.
Yeah. And it's her decisions and actions that influence where she ends up.
Pretty much.
Was it like... Okay, but, you say the thing you want to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the rules of great character writing go as follows. Characters should be dimensional, fascinating, compelling, and believable.
Oosh, fascinating. That's... doesn't seem very objective.
I mean, you can have a character who's interesting.
Objectively interesting?
Yeah.
I don't. I mean,
I'm not going to say everything's subjective, but like, interesting.
I can think of one thing right off the top of my head that could potentially make Rey a whole better character if you just try to implement this one thing. Yeah. So and I go back to the Adventure Time thing, but this is for like many other shows like Avatar and like a whole bunch of other really good shows where they have their character and they show the character failing at something or falling short of something. I would
just say have her be trained.
Them working through the steps to become better, to rectify that mistake or whatever it is. And
like in The Legend of Korra?
There is nothing. Yeah. There's nothing in all three films really that I can think of that makes Rey fail in a way that makes her.
She gets a cut on her arm. Her failure was that she didn't save Kylo Ren.
Yeah, guys. I posted. Oh yeah, guys! I posted the rules for great character writing. If you want to read them.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, because there are some false gods saying, false gods basically saying characters shouldn't be likable, relatable, or sympathetic. Like you shouldn't prioritize likability, relatability, or sympathy. Those aren't like inherent. You can have characters that are good, that do have those traits, but these characters that are likable or relatable, for example, don't make good characters. A character needs to be, again, believable, compelling, and dimensional and fascinating.
Fascinating. Yeah. Take issue with.
See, dimensional is something that I can see right off the top that Rey does not have. She doesn't have any dimension to her.
She's not believable. She's not really compelling.
She's just one-dimensional.
No.
Believable is like like she's
definitely not believable.
Built woman, I guess. Like that's believable in a way, but like
I guess you can say like generally believable.
Yeah.
What? Hi. What? Explain that, please.
She's a strong, independent woman. That's believable.
Yes.
But just that?
And if you can't believe that, well then you're womanist.
Well, then how then is she able to use force better than bloody established force users who are supposed to be very strong?
Well, that's where I think that's where the dimensional part comes in. Like, because she's good at every single thing that she does. I don't think that gives her dimension.
I would say that's more believability. I think that's just believability in terms of it's quite unbelievable that she's... No, she's unbelievable in terms of she can't... It's impossible for her to be this good at everything. You can't rip a random thing out of a wall and go, hey, I'm bypassing compressor, guys.
Yeah.
But in reference to the video, what Thor Skywalker was saying is what me and Meme were trying to say, and Borgie and Slice were also saying before, was whenever you're writing a character, the character should be a character first, and then everything else should follow suit. You should, like, unless of course that is crucial to the role, like for example Sarah Connors. But he said that Ripley is a character first and then a woman second. He said, in his own words, Thor Skywalker says, I didn't see Ripley as a female protagonist, I just seen her as a protagonist. Do you get the point that he's trying to make?
Yeah, well, he said character, not protagonist, but I do get your point.
Yeah.
So Fries in the chat is saying, ironically, the more Rey trains, the worse she becomes at fighting Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She beats Kylo Ren in the first one. She technically beats him / draws in the second one, then she loses at the end if it wasn't for Leia.
But she stabs him. Leia. She stabs him on
Yeah,
on
but
the planet.
she would have lost that if Leia wasn't there. If Leia didn't distract Kylo Ren, she would have lost.
It's a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
It's pretty funny how she just randomly just starts losing. It's like
she gets worse for training.
It's still an example of bad writing.
Definitely an example of bad writing.
Yeah, it makes her worse. It makes her more inconsistent than she was before.
Where's the stakes if you beat the main villain of the series in the opening movie, and then by the end?
It's reverse progression.
Yeah,
despite the fact that she progresses, she's supposed to progress.
Where are the stakes in the sense of like, how do we know? Like in that fight, there's nothing that indicates one of them are winning or losing. But then all of a sudden, Rey's just like, oh no, I'm starting to lose now. Oh no, it's like, why? Why are you losing?
It's almost like the plot desires this.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden she's like, oh no, I can't do it anymore. Why?
Yeah. Anyway,
what the fuck happened to you?
It's still one of my favorite sequences in any movie ever. And what makes it work, what makes that whole movie work, in fact, is that you entirely buy into the character of Ripley. She feels as real, relatable, and as human as the person sitting next to you in the theater.
However,
does anybody have an issue with that?
No. Well, I would say more
that might mean that she is a good character.
Yeah, although I would use the word... I would use the word believable rather than relatable, because I think people use relatable a bit too much. I think believable is a better term.
Yeah, I would agree with
he
that.
does say that as well in his video. But
I know. But
he references, like, he explains that it's not out of character for her to go back and save Newt. It's completely in character. It's completely understandable. You know why she's doing it. You can understand why she's doing it. It's the point that he's trying to make. He's not trying to say just relatable. He develops that a lot more in his video.
Anyway.
Yeah.
he then goes on to compare her to Rey, which is, in my opinion, rather silly. He makes claims like this.
You desperately want her to succeed. You're afraid for her. You truly care about what happens to her. But you really don't know.
That bit's a little bit subjective. Because you don't necessarily have to care about Ripley.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
for survival, the struggle is believable, though, is why it's saying it. It's more like you actually are, you're like on the edge of your seat in the sense of like, you're like, okay, well, everyone's dropping like flies. She's very easily able to just be killed off or whatever. So like, you're hoping that she succeeds in the sense of like the tension is built really well. Whereas with Rey, you're just like, yeah, she can like fucking, I don't know, like move a mountain with her hand or some shit. I don't know.
The reference I would use is, you know that scene whenever Newt is with Ripley in the room with the facehugger?
Yeah.
And they can't get out? Would be like, I would say it's quite a tense scene. But like, I understand the point that he's trying to make in terms of subjectively, yeah, I cared about Ripley a hell of a lot more than I cared about Ray. I wanted Ripley to succeed more than I cared about Ray, and more than I wanted Ray to succeed because she was developed. I felt like you almost feel like connected to a character that you develop with, because if they develop with you or you experience the same things that they experience, and it's like, I don't want to say compelling because I know it's subjective, but it's like, depends on how somebody's written, which will dictate whether or not you're drawn in by that character. And there is an element of subjectivity in that, but I can categorically say that Ray doesn't have that. Like nobody's compelled by Ray's actions. Nobody and the people that are, there's not really good reasoning as to why.
Yeah,
to be just because she won.
I think the sequel trilogy also tried to push her way too much. Like the sequel trilogy tries to force you to like Ray.
Pardon the pun.
And feel for her and stuff, but it's just like just doesn't work, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen Aliens, so I really don't know like how that film handles the female character. But I do know for Star Wars, it's very forced upon you.
Yeah. I'm in the same camp. I haven't seen Aliens, but which is why I usually use Sarah Connor.
You should definitely.
I should
watch Alien.
Yeah, I'll probably watch it at some point.
Fucking good ass movie.
And also watch Alien as well.
Yeah, I could probably watch it this weekend if I get time.
You can't. You were saying about playing Aliens Colonial Marines. You can't do that until you played Aliens.
I'm not going to. I'm never going to play Aliens Colonial. I'm never ever going to play Aliens Colonial Marines.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. How dare you? Anyway, let's continue.
Choice in this.
Because the movie hasn't presented her like some type of superhero. Rather, it's portrayed her as pretty much an average woman who finds herself in the craziest of predicaments.
Which are ridiculous, because the type of character Ripley is not the kind of character who would make a protagonist in Star Wars. As soon as I realised where this was going, I started to replace Rey in my head with Luke, and it made sense. Luke is such an unrealistic, overpowered character, etc. This bit's mostly by the by, and
but they're not comparable. And I can understand.
And one doesn't.
I can understand different contexts, but I think he's because I should know. I don't think he because Thor in this video I don't think he's being objective in that video specifically.
Is he trying to say that it's different because the Force doesn't exist in the Aliens universe?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a case of I think he's making a point about believability.
But then, can you not just argue, hey, well, aliens are in both movies. It's not believable.
Well, no, I mean, shut the fuck up, meme. Meme.
This movie, that movie.
Kind of way. But I'm mostly going to skip over it because the point of it is Ripley good, Rey bad, and also Star Wars is full of SJW propaganda. Although he never comes out and says that outright, just heavily hints at it. Like,
it's full of this shit, although he never says it, but it's in there.
He references Kathleen Kennedy and how Kathleen Kennedy pushed the agenda of the Force is female.
Actual.
Yeah,
it's the Force is female. That's
but also the J.J. Abrams comment.
They ran a whole campaign.
This shit is so fucking annoying to me. It really is, because like people say the same thing with The Last of Us 2, and like the thing is like the writers of that game are on Twitter screeching about their politics, and it has nothing to do, like, people are like, what? So they talk about their politics for the game's SJW. It's like, no. But when they sit there and tell you about all these themes that they wanted to be in the game that are inherently, quote, SJW or whatever, you start to go like, okay, well then what's wrong with saying this is SJW if the writers outright say that it was meant to be that? I just don't understand why people get so up in arms when you say something's SJW when the writers are downright saying it is.
It's
just like Kathleen Kennedy is.
It depends on the intent of it, though, because if you say that it's SJW and you're saying, yeah, it's great because it's SJW, it's very diverse. If you say it's good, then yeah, you're allowed that opinion. But as soon as you're negative, as soon as you say it's bad, resist. That's how it seems to work, which is quite silly.
I don't know.
Negative criticism is bad criticism.
Sense. I can't remember who said this. It might have, I think it was on EFAP, but I don't remember who it was. It might have been one of the guests. But they were saying like one of their favorite films was a film that was like all Asian or something.
That was Rags.
Okay,
that was Rags.
Parasite or something.
I don't
Parasite.
Remember,
it was,
I don't remember what film it was, but
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what film it was.
So it's like films can be good with without pandering to
it's not mutually exclusive. You can have a movie that has like racially diverse or ethnically diverse people, and it's not always bad, but it depends. If you put the race and the ethnicity and the diversity of your film ahead of quality, 9 times out of 10, if not more, you will end up with less quality than if you were to otherwise put quality first. It's just by definition.
Yeah, because the thing is, like Rags, my favorite film also has a full Asian cast, so it's not the same film. My favorite film's Old Boy. You know that film?
Lies.
Nope, never heard of it.
Yep. You don't like the racial Asians?
Wait,
the Risms?
Wait, Slice, you've never heard of Old Boy?
I don't think so.
I've never watched Old Boy.
I need to watch it with you guys.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah,
but Slice is, Borgie Slice is a massive racist. He doesn't want to watch.
No, what we should watch is the remake of Old Boy.
No, don't you dare.
That would be fucking hilarious.
No, what's the original then the remake?
I think we should watch the live action Airbender first.
Oh, just to what's the word? I've gone blank. Anyways, Fries with Tomatoes said or asked, Luke is unrealistic, I guess as to what this guy was talking about. And I would say, no, Luke is not unrealistic. He's very, very realistic.
No, he's being like, sarcastic whenever he says that.
I know.
He's more or less presenting the fact that this person thinks that, and it's like, really? You think that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, the question mark.
Lord Skywalker doesn't say that, though, because taking him out of context.
We don't
You're
think
putting
that
words
Luke
in
is
his head.
Anyway, to bring it all back, I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't think I hate just making it like this, saying it's negative when it's like, oh, well, this person said there was SJW propaganda in this thing. And it's like, okay, well, if the writers and the creators are just outright saying there is, what is so bad about stating that it's in it? There's nothing wrong with saying it. It's out there for the public to know. Why can't I then inform whoever I'm speaking to on this subject that's out there for everyone?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Like SJW elements in a movie, like quote unquote SJW elements in a movie, doesn't make it inherently bad. And my go-to reference for that would be a Spider-Man Homecoming.
I was going to say, like, do any of you think that a movie is damned to be bad?
Pretty much.
If it has any SJW elements in it.
Yeah. Well, very few people actually think that. Not even like anti-SJWs don't think that, because people like admit that Homecoming is like has semi-woke aspects, but it's still a really good film.
It doesn't take away from the story, whereas like something with like Endgame, where all the female characters just are magically next to each other during this very intense fight, you start to question things like, how the fuck did they have time to all gather in this spot and then stand there and then attack together?
I love the idea, like it breaks the immersion, because whenever you're watching a scene like that, you're sitting there like, where's all the guys? What are they doing? They're just sitting in the corner.
One thing I should know, when I say it being like SJW, I don't mean it having a diverse cast. I mean, like, an example would be MJ bringing up the slavery thing at the Washington Monument. Like that, I mean, something like that. I don't mean the film literally just having a diverse cast.
See, I don't like the term SJW.
I mean, well, yeah, at this point, it's become like a meme, right? To say it, you're then associated with these, like, with someone like fucking, no bullshit, you know?
Well, if you say SJW, like, you all of a sudden become a Nazi.
Yeah, I've been called an SJW. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I've been called like I acknowledge that SJWs do exist, but the thing is, like, I've been called a fucking SJW.
You've also been called a racist.
Yes, I have. I've been called both.
So
you get called everything when you're on the fucking internet.
Borgie is also a homophobe and a paedophile.
Like a coward, without bothering to take context, tone, genre, or target audience into consideration, and get into the Star Wars stuff, because that's what we're here for, right?
To caveat this, right?
Why'd you bring it up?
Star Wars tried to appeal to a target audience that doesn't exist with Rey.
Yeah, I mean they're trying to appeal to the more modern, the more modern woke crowd.
To say it without saying it, the SJW aspect of pop culture.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
And I don't mean again to bring more politics into this, but I thought Tim Pool had a very interesting thing to say about all this, because like it wasn't about this specifically, but it was more or less like he worked in the industry, and basically what was being said like years ago is like, yeah, you need to make this, more, just for lack of a better term, woke, because more that's diverse. Where the future's going. So you want to be ahead of the curve and get the popular, make it more popular now or whatever. That's basically what they kind of push, to my knowledge. At least that's what he said in the industry he worked in, at least. Which,
but that's like, you're inevitably going to lose quality whenever you put diversity first.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that you can't make a film with good quality and diversity, but whenever you put diversity ahead of quality, whenever you prioritize the diversity over making a good story, like, it just makes it 10 times more difficult.
Well, yeah, because so that's just to kind of explain that a little more. The reason that is because there is a certain way in which stories and just creative things in general are created. You have to get the elements of how to do something or create something before adding other details that are not strictly related to the creation of that thing. If that makes any sense.
So if the diversity of a film or SJW aspects of a film was important to the film, if it was a central aspect of the film or what the film is about, then yeah, it's important to the writing of the story, it's important to the quality. But whenever it's like, if it isn't central to the story, it should be an afterthought. Do you know what I mean? And it's not to say that quality and diversity is mutually exclusive, because it's not. You can make, as Borgie said, you can make very good diverse films, but you should always put quality first.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. First off, here is Thor's mission statement.
And the thing is, I've never thought of Ripley as a female character before, or a strong female character, which I know might sound insulting, but my point is that I've always just viewed her simply as a character. No more, no less. I've never felt the need to label her as something special, because I don't watch Aliens and get the impression there was any type of agenda or any type of point they were trying to make about women with the character. In other words, I don't think they set out to make her an iconic character that might represent something. Rather, they just set out to make a believable character in a really good movie. And ironically enough, because of that approach, they ended up making an iconic character.
Which is what we're trying to say.
Yeah. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
that's
perfectly fine.
I don't disagree with anything that he just said.
A good take.
Yeah.
The first good take on PAFE. What? It didn't come from us.
And this is an approach I wish those writing the new Star Wars sequel trilogy could have understood. Because
also, I didn't like him trying to insert awkward pause, because that is just an aspect of Thor Skywalker's videos where he'll say something and then leave a pause so you can linger on that thought for a second.
Yeah.
It's called thinking about your content.
Yeah,
Would you know about that, Tim?
I love the constant, like, I want to paint this guy in a corner where he just looks bad and I make him look bad. Yeah. It's like, dude.
Well, he's put words in his mouth. He's annotated his videos to make him look stupid, and we're only 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Look forward to the future, guys.
Because since day one, since basically the announcement that a sequel trilogy was going to be made, they have made a big deal out of the fact that the new main character was going to be a female. Which, look, that's fine. It's great even. It makes perfect sense within the context of Star Wars, where Force-sensitive beings have always been chosen at random by the Force. Which means it's basically a 50-50 shot someone strong with the Force is going to be a woman. Not to mention, I think the assumption before any of the sequel trilogy movies came out was that Rey was going to be a Skywalker or a Solo. So again, there's a 50-50 chance either Leia or Luke would have a daughter. Basically, what I'm saying here is that no real Star Wars fan is going to have any sort of issue with a female lead.
No real Star Wars fan is going to have any issue with a female lead is hilarious. Considering the backlash the decision to make Rey female caused, and
is this guy completely oblivious to Ahsoka Tano, to Mara Jade?
Yeah.
It's not that it was a female character. It's the fact that they were pushing,
she was a badly written character.
Pushing it as something that you could perceive as very SJW-ish, and it just came across as really, really bad.
It's a two-pronged thing.
It's the way that they were marketing
the two prongs is the two prongs are she's a badly written character, and on top of that, she is the head of the fork of this movement that they were trying to make at the time in Star Wars of, the Force is female, the Force is not for men, it's for the women, which is, sexist and all the rest of it. But people said, I don't like that aspect of her, but as well as that, she's not a very well-written character, and people seem to forget about the fact that people have objective problems with Rey that go beyond her gender. I don't care what gender she is. She's a badly written character nonetheless. You make her male, she's still shite.
Yeah. Cara Dune, Shaak Ti, Mon Mothma, even Jyn Erso to an extent. I mean, like, say what you want about
Ahsoka
that.
Tano, Mara Jade,
Ayla Secura, Asajj Ventress. There's so many fucking female characters. You got, not to mention Padme and Leia, but like, fucking Ahsoka's like one of the best aspects of the Clone Wars. Like, that's a lot of people's favorite fucking character.
Being genuine, if people had an issue, like if Star Wars fans had like an issue with Rey being like female, then like why weren't they having an issue with Ahsoka or like fucking Mara Jade or any of that shit?
It doesn't make sense. That's the answer. And the annoying thing is that, like, Ahsoka Tano is a perfect example of a character that started out everybody hated. Like, I know I hated her in the first film.
Yeah, because she was a point
character. Was launched in the film, and then afterwards they kept developing and working with the character, and just it's an example of how you can develop a character, even an unlikable character, from the offset. Whereas they didn't try with Rey. There's like, people have tried to say to me that there wasn't enough time in the 3 movies to develop Rey, to which I'm like, they did it with Luke, did it with Leia, did it with Han. It's not. It's all about the execution at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They executed very well. They did execute Star Wars, in fairness.
Oh.
In the other sense.
This is making the claim that the people complaining are not real fans, which is probably the first time I've seen someone no true Scotsman Star Wars, so congratulations, I guess. He claims that Rey is poorly written, but gives no examples of this and provides no sources in the description.
Which is all people wanted out of Rey, that she be a good, well-written character. Also,
he does have other videos where he explains why Rey's badly written, so you should probably check them out as well, Tim.
Yeah, but like, if we can give some examples here, like the fact that she literally fits the definition of a Mary Sue perfectly.
Force Jesus. She is good at everything without training. She is good at things that she shouldn't be able to be good at. Hey, I've never flown a ship before, but I'm able to thread the needle and all that stuff that is really easy. That totally didn't take Han Solo years and years to master, but yeah, I did it in 5 minutes. I bypassed the compressor despite like.
I mean, isn't like he gave, he first talked about Ripley from Aliens. Isn't that a pretty good example? Like you said, this is how they created this character, and once you know it, it's a good character. And then he transitioned over to talking about how they wrote Rey.
I think he means in terms of he's trying to say that Thor Skywalker doesn't provide any reference as to why Rey is a badly written character. He's merely what would the word be, advertising, I suppose, to the people that already agree that she is a badly written character.
Yeah, but
he's done videos in the past where he explains why she's a badly written character. It's like, He's already covered it before, so there's no point in him reiterating it again in a separate video. The point of this video is to say that there's politics in Star Wars and there shouldn't be.
Because I would argue that
she's diversity over the character. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I was gonna say, I think she's poorly written just because of how fucking bland she is. There's not really much to her. Like being genuine, and like Sheep. If you end up watching this, like, please let me know. Like, what are her character traits, man? Like, other than the fact that other than the fact that she's a good, like a quote unquote good person. Like, what are her traits? Because I can't think of any.
She has an open mouth, I guess. That's a there's nothing of substance to Rey whatsoever, which is like, again, because they tried to put Rey being female over developing the character, but we've said that a lot of times.
And had they done that, people would love her right now too, I guarantee it. But the problem with Rey is that it was clear from the start that there was going to be an agenda for her beyond just being a good character in a Star Wars movie. They wanted to make her a symbol, an icon for women, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, don't get me wrong, but it's still something you have to earn by actually creating a great character and telling a captivating story around her.
So this is just one guy's opinion, I guess, which is fine. Don't present it.
So this sheep in a box video is just one guy's opinion, I guess.
Wait. He was going to say something. But
it's still something you have to earn by actually creating a great character and telling a captivating story around her.
So this is just one guy's opinion, I guess, which is fine. Don't present it as an objective analysis if that's the case. So
he's not presenting it as an objective analysis. What are you on, mate? Why are you high?
Well, that sheep does look pretty high.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like Shaun the Sheep at all. It kind of looks like the sheep's smiling a bit, but I can't tell. Just a lot of sheep are generally quite retarded, so.
Yeah, but let's not.
We're consistent. I'm not calling you retarded. Don't worry, sheep.
How would he present it as an objective something? Like,
essentially, he's just saying it's not. He's not saying it's bad. He's saying it's just bad the way that they did it.
Yeah, he's just saying, hey, I think people would have preferred this other way.
I think he is presenting his argument as objective in terms of he's saying that they did it badly or they did it poorly, and if they had done it a different way, it could have been good.
Yeah,
but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with that.
I would agree.
What's wrong with that statement, though?
With them writing her character poorly is a good analysis. That's
also all that he's saying is if you write a character well, people will like your character. And he's saying, silly goose, you don't understand this.
So it's not necessarily a bad thing that Disney pushed Rey as a symbol of female empowerment, again with no proof, but that this has to be earned, despite the fact that the only person who gets to decide what's empowering is the person being empowered. Go and tell all the little girls dressed up as Rey for Halloween that they're not being empowered.
He never claimed that. He never claimed that.
I don't think going up to a 4-year-old girl or whatever, 5-year-old girl dressed as Rey and asking her, "Hey, do you think you're empowered?" They probably don't even know exactly what that means. I'm sorry.
There was a video of somebody going up to a young girl and said, "Hey, who are you dressed as?" And she went, "I don't know." Because her mama dressed her up as Rey.
Yeah, but can I say one thing? Like he never claimed that. Like she doesn't like. They never claimed that he never claimed that she's not an empowering character. His argument is that that she's a poorly written character, which you can measure objectively. Like if someone is empowered by something, then that's fine.
Yeah, empowerment is subjective, though.
Because he's trying to claim that this is an objective analysis. Just because someone believes in objectivity does not mean all of their content is objective. Yeah, and I think he's making that crucial mistake. His video, because Thor's video, but Thor's video is subjective. He never claimed that his video was objective. You can have objective video, but Thor's video is not it.
Well, Thor's video has objective elements fused in with subjectivity in terms of this is how I feel about aliens, this is how I feel about Rey, with also added citations of, well, yeah, these are things that Star Wars did. For example, they pushed Rey as an SJW figurehead, essentially.
Yeah.
That's objectively true, and it's quantified by the fact that people within Star Wars have said that. Like, within Disney have said that explicitly.
Yeah.
But I guess that doesn't count.
That sheep be eating apart that straw man.
Sheep's like straw, I guess.
Fucking dare you. Also, insinuating that Rey is not a great character and does not have a captivating story around her without providing some kind of supporting argument basically doesn't mean anything. Is a worth.
Here's the supporting argument. The fucking films. Look at
saying
them like
that Rey is a bad
being. You'll figure it out.
Saying that Rey is a good character without providing any citations is fucking worthless.
Here's an idea. Watch Muller's video.
It's quite extensive.
It's very good.
He doesn't have time for videos like that. It's too long.
Well, then he doesn't have time to be part of this fucking conversation. Then that's my viewpoint on it. If you don't have time to listen to the arguments that you're yearning for, then then just don't comment on it. If you can't handle a fucking video like Muller's,
if you're not willing to have a discussion, your opinion's not very. It's like it would be nice, right, if people that dislike things, if people that like things and dislike things came together and they could have a calm and collected discussion and said, okay, so why do you think this is good, or why do you like this? It's like, all right, well, my idea of what is good is this. I like this. I didn't like this. Oh, well, I thought that was all right. You can have a discussion.
Yeah. Why you can come to an objective conclusion as well, but that, like, because that's the thing. Because, for instance, you can make an argument of consistency, which is like an inherent standard when it comes to film.
My point is, if this guy genuinely thinks that there isn't a problem with Rey, if he had done any research, if he's even watched the movies, he would have enough citations to be like, oh yeah, no, she is a badly written character. If he has watched any video takedown of Rey in terms of these are the reasons why I think she's badly written. For example, Muller's video, or any other video that covers the same subject.
Oh yeah,
he would have many citations.
No. Fry's just made a point. He said that the prequel characters are inferior to the OT characters without evidence. Isn't that a bit hypocritical?
That's what I just said there now. Saying that Rey is a well-written character without providing citations or references is pretty worthless.
But look at Fry's point in the chat. Good job, Fry's.
It's fucking true though.
Yeah.
Trudeau. Hey! Slice, you like Trudeau, don't you?
Don't say that.
No.
Don't bring him into this, please.
If he was a sheep, he'd be a black-faced sheep.
Yeah.
I think Rey is great, but without providing some kind of supporting evidence, it's just some guy's opinion.
That's what you just did!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, don't roll that back. What did you say?
You just did the thing that you said was
story around her without providing some kind of supporting argument basically doesn't mean anything. It's a worthless statement. I think Rey is great, but without providing some kind of supporting evidence, it's just some guy's opinion. He says that the marketing ruined the story or suspension of disbelief, which is not the fault of the filmmakers.
Did he say that? I don't.
It's kind of implied in terms of.
I think this guy.
Yeah, no, he goes. No, he does. He goes on to explain that people have said they're going to, well, not in reference to Star Wars, but Thor explained that people are boycotting Captain Marvel because of the agenda that's being pushed.
Yeah, but that's not a case. Seemingly. He's not making an argument about marketing. He's just making an argument of this film.
I suppose in terms of it was marketed as a, to try and steelman him a bit, it was marketed as a video or a movie for minorities, for SJWs, for that target audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was who it was aimed at, which was explicitly
Captain Marvel, you mean?
Well, yeah. I would say the sequels to an extent.
I wouldn't say so, because when I only
whenever you have Kathleen Kennedy parading around in a
yeah.
That's kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
not necessarily the movies themselves.
No. I thought that. let me say something. I thought you were talking about in the context of like what was it? Like trailers and stuff like that.
Oh no. Just I mean in like the wider. Well, in the trailer of Captain Marvel, that's a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
In terms of the movie.
Yeah.
You know why they call it a cockpit, don't you?
And the more you tell people ahead of time what you want her to be or represent outside of the story, the more you ruin the illusion of that story when you finally watch it. The more you can see the creators behind the curtain pulling the strings of the character, having her do exactly what they want her to do to fit the real-life narrative, and not to fit the narrative of the story. Which means nothing she does in the movie feels genuine, like what she would really or actually do, but rather feels like what the storyteller wants her to do to make their point.
Apparently Rey exists to fill the real-life narrative, presumably of empowered women, but Thor does not elaborate on how, so I'm left to assume that he believes that Star Wars...
Well, no, he does in a second. He does. He provides a citation of Kylo Ren. He says that he doesn't think it's believable that Rey would go and save Kylo Ren because that's not set up well enough. She has, like 2 days prior, he killed Han Solo, who was supposedly, not saying that this is well set up either, but is supposedly Rey's father figure, despite the fact that she knew him for a day. Kylo Ren killed her father figure, then 2 days later, she's going to save him. Why?
Yeah, she still sees the good in him somehow.
Yeah.
What? He killed children.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I was gonna say like Vader killed children as well, but I mean, Luke said he was going to see a Vader, but he didn't.
It's an argument of pedantics. Whether or not he killed children is completely unimportant. It's motivation to save them.
Well, what motivation does Rey have to save Kylo Ren? What investment does she have in Kylo Ren?
Yeah, because Luke, it's the fact that, Vader's his dad. Plain and simple.
Years ago, she didn't know that Kylo Ren existed.
Yeah, but anyway,
in the context of TLJ.
Let's continue.
Documentary. Okay, so he's arguing that Rey does not act like a realistic person would, without pointing out that no one in the Star Wars universe acts like a real person.
No, that's lies.
How would you quantify that, please? Please quantify that.
Why are you assuming that people in the Star Wars universe aren't acting like real people in our universe?
And again,
does he mean in terms of because it's in space and because they're space wizards? Is that it?
Space wizards.
I can say that about any movie.
Yeah. I mean, like, what's he mean by that?
Well,
I mean,
it shouldn't be.
I don't
they shouldn't
think
try.
he even knows what he means by that.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna try and steal man what he's saying, because not that I agree with his point whatsoever, but to change his point, what I would say is the character has to be believable within the context of the universe itself. Would anybody disagree with that? In terms of if the character is able to use the Force in Star Wars, that's believable within the context of Star Wars. If you put that into the taxi driver, it's not quite as believable, because that's not a pre-established thing that's possible within the taxi driver universe, within normal Earth. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Borgie, your dog is very loud.
That's not me. That is not me.
Oh.
That's not me.
Meme, is that you?
It's not me.
My mic is literally muted.
Oh.
It's Slice. Yeah, that's not me.
Anyway.
Dogs like sheep.
Real person would, because it's a science fantasy movie series, and stopping to deal with the real issues people in our world deal with wouldn't fit in with that world.
So he is making that point then, which is retarded.
Yeah.
Because Han Solo's not going to go out, right? He's not going to go and collect the shopping. He's not going to come back and go, I got a flat tire. I better do that. It's a sci-fi universe. Of course it's going to be things that aren't realistic in our world, because it's our world. How is that difficult to understand?
Yeah, it's believability. Believability.
Far away.
Believability in the context of the universe.
Josh your mic.
I was considering, right? I was considering making this into, because this guy has 6 videos like this on Star Wars. I was like, hey, maybe we could make this into a series for PAFE. I don't know if I have enough brain cells left to devote myself to this.
You don't have to. I can go through it.
I don't want you to go through it by yourself, because by the time you come back, you'll be scarred. Josh, I have to take a prolonged period of absence, please.
Mate, I've seen this guy's video on EFAP. It is, fucking. He directly lies. Like, he literally claims that they had Mundane Matt as a guest on EFAP. I'm not even joking.
Well, even if that video is unlisted, it might be a decent idea to check out.
No
time, possibly.
I mean, we can watch it together, but not on a stream. There's no if it's unlisted.
It depends on. Well,
it's a terrible video, but I don't think we should be covering unlisted videos.
Well, it's still a video nonetheless, and it's a very bad video at that.
Yeah.
It depends on how bad it is, I suppose. If it's remarkable Republican bad.
Probably worse.
Oh, you're tempting me now.
No, it's again unlisted.
I'll have a think on it. Okay.
Again, unlisted video, bad idea.
No, that's not bad ideas. Are you implying that ideas can be objectively bad?
Yes, the Holocaust was a bad idea.
No, it wasn't. I can't even say that as a joke.
Well, dealing with Ham's PTSD as he recovers from...
I'm going to commit to that. As a joke, I was going to say there have been people that have said to me that I disagree with them. And
Josh,
said,
Josh, no.
Let's continue with the video.
We have what Movie Bob says.
We have a short time frame.
Josh, no, shut up.
Josh, Josh, we're not going down this rabbit hole now. We are not going down this rabbit hole.
It's not a rabbit hole. I'm just referencing the point that Movie Bob makes.
We don't have a lot of time.
We don't need to.
We fucking video. Movie Bob makes a point.
Josh, we don't need to. Shut up for a second.
It's necessarily a bad idea to execute fairly.
Chat.
Josh.
All right. That's enough.
There's no need to shout, Borgie.
We don't have a lot of time. Let's just continue with the video. Okay.
Time is relative.
Is that fine?
Shut up, Josh.
Like a real person would, because it's a science fantasy movie series, and stopping to deal with the real issues people in our world deal with wouldn't fit in with that world. Dealing with Han's PTSD as he recovers from being frozen in carbonite would take up most of Return of the Jedi if that was the case.
Going back to Aliens again for a moment, when Ripley risks her life to save Newt, it feels like something the character would do. The story has set that up perfectly. However, when Rey rushes off to save Kylo Ren in The Last Jedi, it feels like what the story needs her or wants her to do there, not like a decision Rey would come to on her own.
These are two different movies.
Oh, fuck off.
That doesn't matter. We're talking
they're
about...
still comparable in terms of the decisions that the characters make.
And again, it's believability within the context of the universe, but to get the full point.
Wants her to do there, not like a decision Rey would come to on her own.
These are two different movies. They're allowed to be different. Rey is being manipulated by Snoke, feels betrayed and let down by Luke, and has just as much motivation as Luke does in Empire Strikes Back to abandon her training and go save her friend.
Just as much!
Wait, did he just say...
He said
two different films are allowed to be different.
Kylo.
Did you
Josh,
get that,
she doesn't know that her friends are in danger.
Yeah, she doesn't know at all. Her whole thing is she wants to save Kylo, which she has no motivation to do.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she does.
What?
She has all the motivation because she's a woman.
They forced Skype called and touched fingers.
Exactly, because he has really big chest, and you know.
Yeah. I bet his
Can
fingers
you put
were
some clothes
really great fingers. So she just wanted to go save him so she could touch his fingers again. It makes sense, guys. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Because let's not forget, she watched Kylo Ren murder Han Solo literally days ago within the context of the story. Yep. After talking to Kylo Ren a few times for a couple minutes, she's now going to place all her faith in him and turn herself in.
Rey does not think Kylo is a good person. She believes he can be...
She literally
said that verbatim.
Yeah.
Still good in you. Wait, no, I think the point that he's going to make is she doesn't think that he's a good person, but he has good inside of him. But at the same time, that would imply that he has the potential to be good, and that's not the point that Thor's at. The point that Thor's making anyway.
This video is like kind of pointless. Like he's not
Star Wars.
He's literally
providing anything.
He's just saying stuff without citations, which is pretty worthless, isn't it? Looks at camera.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Turned from the dark side as she thinks he's conflicted precisely because he killed his father a few days earlier. And she thinks that by turning...
She thinks he's conflicted precisely because he killed his dad.
I would agree with Fries.
That's generally what I think whenever somebody...
Fries says Sheep isn't even arguing for or against it. He's just saying it's allowed to be different. Oh, what a worthless statement. And I would agree with that. That is a worthless statement.
Not providing anything of substance here.
He just said they're two different movies. They're allowed to be different. Despite the fact that one makes sense and one doesn't.
Sheep. I'm gonna butcher you. I'm gonna skin you. I'm gonna carve your leg. I'm gonna shove your leg in a microwave, and I'm gonna eat it.
Oh my god!
Of course, it'd be a microwave with you, Borgie.
Lamb leg.
I think that's a little too
Lamb
graphic
shank.
for the YouTubes.
Yeah.
No, I'm basically saying I want to eat him. He's putting me in the mood for lamb.
Our video has to be restricted for 18-year-olds and over because the thumbnail has a sheep getting cut in half.
I'm not gonna lie. I think there's a lot better meat out there than lamb. I think lamb is.
No, lamb's alright.
I find lamb very appetizing.
I agree. Well, my favorite meat is steak, but
It
lamb
depends
is so
on how
good.
it's cooked, I would say. There are ways in which you can cook the lamb to make it taste pang.
Lamb is
Yeah, I'm
better.
sure that. Yeah,
For instance,
maybe I've only had lamb shanks. Maybe that's. Maybe it's a different kind of meat.
Yeah, I'll use this as an example. Lamb is better than a well-done steak. I think we can all agree with that.
Is chicken considered meat, out of curiosity?
Yeah, chicken is definitely meat.
How can you not think chicken is meat?
No, I was making the you know the way you've red meat and then you've white meat and then...
Chat, you heard it here. Josh doesn't know that chicken is meat.
I'm racist, okay? I didn't think that the chicken's qualified.
Chat.
How many cows have you seen with wings?
To go ham on the memes for that.
Don't go ham on me. Don't go ham on me.
Oh no.
Go sheep on him.
That doesn't work here.
I bet you this guy's going to be like, these people threatened to kill and eat me.
Like,
I bet you he's going to make that argument.
He just provides the reference of where he said, I'm going to put you in a microwave. He's like, oh my god.
What?
Turning back towards the light, she can rob the First Order of their most dangerous operative, and we as an audience are given plenty of reason to believe this. Ray allowing herself to...
Citation.
Are we? It's almost like saying something without a citation is completely worthless.
Okay,
to be captured and taken to the throne room is a direct mirror of Luke in Return of the Jedi, where he does the exact same thing for similar reasons.
Luke is explicitly told your friends are in grave danger. Ray doesn't have the context of that, so it is not exactly the same, even at the most fundamental aspect, you moron.
But no, he's talking about the throne room scene in Return of the Jedi, and there's one key difference. There's one key difference. Vader is Luke's dad. That's a very...
The throne room scene, right? That's in episode 6. It's not an episode 5. It's not an Empire Strikes Back.
I don't think it matters like which movie it's in. I think he's just arguing like with Star Wars as a whole. I don't think.
But what I mean is, considering the fact that it's in episode 6, Luke now has the context that he's not going back to Cloud City to save his friends. He now has the context that Vader is his father. Rey has no connection to Kylo Ren whatsoever other than Force Skype. Oh my...
You're going insane. I haven't seen you this bad since Patrick Willems.
Oh yeah, yeah. Both of them are quite bad.
I mean,
my brain's beginning to hurt in these videos.
Pretty much all this guy's statements are worthless. Really,
What's
like
up?
he's not really saying anything.
Yeah,
he's saying a lot, but he's not saying much.
Statements.
He's talking a lot, but he's not saying much.
Yeah,
anti-statements.
And what further compounds the unbelievable nature of this character is that Rey gets herself out of this problem all by herself. She manages to best Snoke's guards that are no doubt some of the best, most elite warriors in the galaxy, clearly trained to fight Force-sensitive beings, since they have weapons designed to work against lightsabers. Not to mention, they get the best of Kylo Ren at one point, which shows just how skilled they must be.
Thor is mad that Rey wins the fight with the Praetorian Guard, despite the fact that it's made clear as early as Finn's first meeting with her in The Force Awakens, as he later acknowledges, that Rey is a competent fighter, and she and Kylo helped...
Oh, okay, no.
There's a big difference there, buddy. There's a big difference there, because... just because they've set up that she's a competent fighter on whatever the frick her planet is, doesn't translate does not translate to her beating an entire guard assembly of the highest training.
It's three guards specifically. I think Kylo goes up against.
I don't care really about the number. It's just we know that these are the best trained. Allegedly, we could even go as far as to say they are the descendants or whatever from the guards from
Imperial
Palpatine,
guards or whatever.
from the original trilogy, right?
Yeah.
So, and
these guys are
if you know anything about Star Wars, you know that those guys literally kill each other when they're training to pass their training. Like, these guys are insane, right? So
at the very least, they're going to be the most competent within the entire First Order, right? To give context, right? 3 days prior, Rey beats 3 thugs with a staff. I think it was 3.
Yeah, and look at what she does. It's 2.
Okay, so therefore it makes perfect sense that 3 days later, or 2 days later, depending on the time period, she then beats 3 of the most elite guards, with three of the most elite soldiers within the entire First Order, despite having no actual training with a lightsaber. She just swung it about for a bit.
She's so powerful that she can make daggers disappear in fights.
Slice.
Yeah.
What
I know
the
it's a joke, but it
she unironically can do that.
I don't.
What were you saying, man?
Let me speak.
No,
Go ahead, man.
I was just saying she can unironically make shit appear and disappear. Apparently, now. I mean, with her newfound abilities.
Yeah.
Force healing. That's another example.
I mean, I don't even want to begin to think how the Force teleportation shit works, but like.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't.
What if they had her Force teleport, or no, sorry, what if they had like Kylo or something in that fight Force teleport that dagger into one of the other guards or something? Like, how stupid. It's stupidly hilarious.
And it doesn't ruin all of Star Wars, by the way, Josh, because what everyone the go-to nowadays is the dyad. Oh, the dyad.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the dyad. It's like, okay. Still fucking terrible.
But still Force healing.
It's still a trick that exists within the Force.
No, because Kylo Ren's able to use it. He's not affected by the dyad.
Yes, he is.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wait, so what is? I don't even know what the dyad is. Can somebody explain to me, please?
It's 2 Force users that, when they're together, their abilities are like quadrupled basically, and they just get stronger and stronger. That's why, the Force Awakens. Oh, she's like, oh, now she's strong because Kylo and her, like, they cross paths or whatever, and that whole thing. So like that's where it comes from, I guess. It's stupid. It really. That's why Palpatine wants them, is because he wants them.
Josh, you sound like you want to die.
I sound like I want to make a point, but I don't know if I have the brain cells to spare.
Palpatine sucks the energy out of Kylo and Rey, but is somehow...
Just like TLJ sucks the energy out of me.
But how is he still weaker than Rey after he does that? Why? Because she has all the Jedi?
Because she is whammon.
Yeah, she is all the Jedi.
She has 2 ovaries. How many do you have, Sheev?
Anyway, let's continue.
One other outdrink.
Oh my god.
That fight. I love that he's mad that she beats them, but Kylo doesn't. Kylo's just killed his master and is emotionally compromised here, just as he was in The Force Awakens when he was injured and upset about killing his father. We haven't seen him fight when he's
emotionally compromised. I would say whenever Kylo kills Snoke, that's some of the least emotionally compromised that he has ever been within the Star Wars.
He didn't seem emotionally compromised when he was actually in the act of killing his own father.
Yeah, and you gotta take into account,
he acted, as I'm sure he was probably trained a lot to do, to act, to deceive people. So he was acting when he did that.
Although at the same time, the look in his eyes, you could possibly make the argument that he didn't want to do it, but it's not actually referenced that he was conflicted until the second movie.
Yeah, he doesn't have a second thought about it after he does it is the problem. He does it, and then he's like, all right, now I'm going to murder all you guys. Get ready. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Which do they even? So he's a Knight of Ren or whatever, right? Do they
Kylo of Ren.
Do they explain whether or not he's like a Sith
the leader?
Or not?
Oh no, they're just not Sith.
Well, I can explain.
Because he's more like a Sith acolyte or something like that.
They don't want to say that they're Sith or Jedi, but then in the final movie, she has all the Jedi and Palpatine has all the Sith. And if Snoke was Palpatine the entire time, that means that Kylo trained with Palpatine and not Snoke, making Kylo a Sith apprentice because Palpatine is a Sith.
Yeah,
or maybe
he is
a Sith.
Maybe do they think that Kylo is a Sith, but more like maybe a little bit lesser, so like more like a Sith apprentice, but like.
It was initially meant to be that Snoke and Kylo were something more than just the Sith. Like does Snoke not reference at some point? I've seen the petty mistakes of the Sith and the Jedi, or the fall of the Jedi and the fall of the Sith and so forth. He talks about it in the third person in terms of that's not us. But then they retcon that by saying, "Oh yeah, no, it was all Palpatine, therefore it's also Sith."
The films contradict themselves.
In his fucking Fortnite speech, doesn't he say the great error has been corrected or something like that too?
Yeah.
Weird fucking ambiguous shit.
Is that referring to like the rule of 2 or something?
I think he's mostly just referring to like the downfall of the Empire, like.
Well, no, I'd say it's due to the case of
betraying him. I don't know.
No, I think it's a case of they needed some way to bring Palpatine back, and they wanted to do like a cool message, just like what sounds cool. Oh, the Great Error has been corrected. What is the Great Error? Well, we don't care.
Why does he come back at that time and not before?
You can tell they don't care because they put it in freaking Fortnite. No one cares about Fortnite.
They put it in Fortnite, but nobody knows about it in the actual context of the movie, and it's also crucial to the context of the movie, and it's almost like it's important, but they didn't put it in the movie. It's almost like there's problems.
It's almost like they don't know how to make movies.
Calm and comfortable. Presumably he is much better, but even not, that's just as interesting and fits in with the character's theme of trying desperately and failing.
Interesting subjective.
Yeah, I wish Kylo was better. I wish they made Kylo a freaking badass dude, but they didn't.
Should have been.
I wish
he should. I wish that they made Kylo a whole better character and that they made him like stab Rey or something, just like chop her head off or something ridiculous like that. That would have been way more interesting. Way more interesting.
Like actually made him a good, like What making him a good character and what bringing home to more women? How dare you think that? How dare you think that, my dude?
My dude.
I really want to play Black Ops.
Why? Stadium's just a women hater. Yeah.
Let's continue then and try to get through this.
Miserably. To emulate his grandfather, Darth Vader. Also, we see her training on the island, both with the lightsaber.
You training.
You can't really call it training.
Let's do training. He says fucking 3 words, and we're immediately like, "What the fuck is this guy's problem?" Like, it's so stupid to say that.
It's almost like everything that he says is wrong.
Training on she's swinging a lightsaber at a fucking rock, dude.
She's going through the motions.
Guys, I swung around a stick. That means I can take on fucking British US Marines.
Well,
if I go outside and I like,
though she has no fucking form. She's
Borgie, did you just say British US Marines?
Yes, US Marines of British immigrants.
British US immigrants.
I mean, technically, all Americans are British immigrants.
Swedish Americans.
Swedish Americans.
Apart from
I mean, people say African.
Immigrants.
I mean, I say that. People say African American and Chinese American. Why can't we have British
Mexican
American?
Well,
yeah, I mean, yeah.
I guess so.
I think you just have to be British, but be born in the US.
I'm sorry, I miss.
So
miss.
If I fire a revolver in the air several times, does that constitute as training?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it would have been one thing if Luke like taught her like one of the many forms of lightsaber stances and combat.
I think there's seven forms, is there not?
There's a handful of forms, but then there's like
subsets within that.
There's 7 forms.
And then there's there's different
7 main categories, and then within that there's different techniques.
Styles.
Is form 7 Vapad, or is that an 8?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
I think so, yeah. I think that was the one that Mace Windu used.
Yeah, Mace Windu created it.
Vapad.
Mace Windu.
But what form would you say that Rey uses? Swingy stick?
We don't even know.
Form negative, because she just swings around a stick.
To be clear, to be fair, even like the prequels, they don't really even talk about like the individual forms, so we don't really have any context for that.
You see them use forms though, which is cool.
Yeah.
For example, like we know that Luke and Anakin both use Form 5. Obi-Wan uses Form 3, and Qui-Gon and Yoda use Form 4.
But it's kind of, that would be more than the EU. Is that still canon?
It's still canon, but like it's never addressed in the movies or anything. But like it's very like it's right in front of you. Like when you see it, you're like, oh, these guys like these 2 Jedi like
they have different styles.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Rey's style.
It's not entirely important. The point is like she's not training here, dude. She's swinging a lightsaber and stopping it before it hits a rock. That's not training.
Yeah,
she's not fucking training with anything.
And also, right?
Again, it's the equivalent of
training. Even if it is training, let's be generous. She still feels. She cuts the rock in half.
Yeah, she does.
Just.
Whatever.
Yeah, Fries just said. Fries just said Rey trains herself. That's how good she is.
Yeah.
A staff thingy, implying that she does a lot of this, and therefore it's not too unexpected that she can fight with a lightsaber, and potentially foreshadowing a double saber now the original one is broken and she has the crystal.
But how self-defense against thugs translates into besting the elite guards of the most powerful being in the galaxy just a week later is beyond me. Because this scene would have worked a lot better, and I'll take some heat for saying this, if Kylo Ren had just essentially saved Rey by going Force Unleashed on the Praetorian Guards, while Rey did all she could just to defend herself and to survive.
I mean, it's fighting.
Who likes that proposition better than what we
sounds good. And he says, I'll catch some flack for that. My only thing is like, he doesn't even have to go Force Unleashed on them.
Yeah, he just has to be competent enough that he can take on a majority of them, and Rey struggles by herself with only a couple of them.
Yeah, he should.
Well, wait, just one.
Force. He's clearly gifted with the Force. They show it in The Force Awakens when he fucking can freeze people with the fucking Force. Like that's very cool and very like skillful. He's clearly trained in that aspect.
Also,
he should be able to freeze all of them with the Force theoretically and just fucking cut all their heads off.
Yeah. Is like, and why didn't he use the Force like at all in regards to like? But when he loses his saber, why doesn't he pull the fucking saber towards him like every fucking Jedi has done in the past?
Because you need Rey to be Ex Machina.
They just really don't use the Force in that fight, and it's very distracting. Like I said, I didn't
also considering that they're fighting against.
Go ahead.
Non-Force sensitive people as well. I was just saying about
Right. Yeah, I agree. And like, it's one of those things that like I didn't notice all the flaws in that fight, the many flaws in that fight. But what I did notice was that there was no fucking Force abilities being used, and not that you have to have people throwing people through the air with the Force and shooting lightning and fucking ripping people's heads off with the Force. Just simple shit like a Force push or a Force pull. It's something.
Whenever you set things up like Force freeze, whenever you set things up before in the pre-existing universe, like Force push, Force pull, you would expect those things to be used within this movie as well, but they're not adhered to it.
That shit was like a Chekhov's gun to a certain extent when you think about it. It's like
kind of like how the prequels with the Phantom Menace. You know, remember the lightsaber fight in that film? Remember how fairly simple it is, and yet very tension-filled and awesome the whole thing is? Like, just do that, and you're good.
I would have much preferred it if they would have, like, the point that Thor's making is that, and I agree, I would have much preferred that they utilise that throne room scene to display and showcase Kylo Ren's ability and how powerful that he really is in context to Rey as well, because then that raises the stakes again, because then you can go back and go, okay, so maybe that time whenever Rey beat Kylo, it was a one-off because he was toying with her, he wasn't actually trying to fight her, fair enough. But now you can go, oh yeah, no, this guy is actually very powerful. He's much more powerful than Rey. That raises the stakes for the final film. That makes it believable that Kylo Ren could potentially more believable that Kylo Ren could potentially beat Rey in the final movie. I think tentatively, I agree with Thor's like statement about he should go Force Unleashed. It doesn't have to be that extreme though. Yeah, he doesn't have to pull fucking Star Destroyers out of the sky.
Here's the thing though, because they've already shown us that Kylo is a insanely powerful dude way back in the beginning of the Force Awakens. You know, like when he stops
but then they contradict that within the movie itself.
Like,
they contradict that within the movie itself by having him get beaten by Rey.
I know, and it doesn't make any sense because they could reinforce that. You know,
and then later in the next movie, he struggles against the Praetorian Guards, whereas Rey finds it for the most part quite easy.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense because they did set up that he's this super powerful dude, but then they don't reinforce that. They
contradict it, and And how are these not objective criticisms or flaws or reasons why the movie is bad that extend far beyond politics? Please answer that for me, Sheep.
I know
actually, one thing I should say: this guy legit believes that all art is political.
All art is political. So I draw a circle. What is that?
Well then, man,
I put a banana on the wall. That's political.
You're on the wrong side of the aisle, man. Like, come on.
I drew a picture of a footballer that I like. Therefore, politics.
The NBA pays people. That's capitalism. Politics.
The ambivalence between good and evil.
The celestially epic ambivalence of the scene.
Oh god! All right, let's see what this.
People, regardless of skill, it's the same principle, and we don't know how skilled those thugs were. We don't actually know if Kylo is any good with the lightsaber.
But we do know how skilled the bloody guards are.
I think
we know
it's.
how
I don't
skilled they
think.
are.
I don't think
Yeah.
we even. I don't think they even
You don't
really
need the
to set
context
that up
for
a
the
little bit for
thugs.
Kylo. I think because of the way that they have portrayed this character way back from the start, it's kind of inherent that people will get. Oh, this guy is a freaking badass with a lightsaber. Like we don't need to reinforce that too much.
Guys, I'm pretty sure that if someone's a Sith fucking apprentice, they're gonna be pretty good with a lightsaber.
I'm pretty sure that if you use a stick-like weapon against thugs, that you'll be able to take on the most powerful guards in the world, universe.
It's all politics.
Just the apprentice of a Sith. He's the apprentice of the most powerful Sith in the movie canon. So I don't know. Like I don't know.
Rey. Well, Rey used the Force USB Bluetooth download, where he wirelessly transferred all of the data from Kylo Ren to her.
Yeah, and
Good job.
Fries also said, yeah, we don't know how skilled Kylo Ren is with a lightsaber. Snoke says your training is complete. Like he literally does. He says like, oh, bring Kylo Ren to me. We need to complete his training, and then he says like, it's
they swing the lightsabers like they're like broadswords.
Yeah.
But in the rest of the movies, lightsabers are seen to be like incredibly light things that you can. Like if you look at, like I know the prequels are probably a bad example, but the prequels and even the OT, the lightsabers don't seem that heavy all in all.
I think it's in like A New Hope or something when the scene where Luke gets the lightsaber. I think Obi-Wan says something about the history of the lightsaber weapon and what exactly it is and all that type of stuff. So I think that kind of gives.
I think he describes it as like a more elegant weapon for a civilized age, and you see Rey just swinging it like a fucking baseball bat. It's like an
also,
elegant
they're really
weapon.
like they seem to be really really heavy swings as well.
Yeah,
like whenever you watch the Kylo Ren Rey fight in the first movie. He telegraphs his attacks so much to the point that the only reason that you would do that is if it was an incredibly heavy sword that you could, or lightsaber in this case, that you could not telegraph. Whereas if it's a lightsaber, like if you consider how Dooku is able to manipulate, is he able to manipulate a lightsaber?
Fuck you.
In the context of, comparatively to how Kylo Ren uses it, it's like. How's that complete training?
Yeah, that is a good point because they are using the Force. Like in a lot of these fights, they're using the Force because they can. So they're obviously being aided to swing and do all these moves and stuff and have it flow.
Shouldn't that apply to Kylo Ren as well? Because surely that's not going to be exclusive to just the Jedi.
It should.
Yeah.
It doesn't though.
But they don't.
Yeah, it does.
Both of their attacks are very telegraphed. Like you remember, like okay, not that this was a lightsaber duel, but at the beginning of Force Awakens, when Kylo fucking kills Lord Santeca, he fucking holds that lightsaber like 20 feet in the air and then swings it down on him, and like it's like one of those things where it's just like, I mean, I get that. That one doesn't. Okay.
I think that was more of an execution than a.
I get it.
Yeah.
Things like that though, where like they go to swing each other. Like a lot of times when Kylo swings, it's very telegraphed. And same with Rey, obviously. Like
it definitely shouldn't be, because if you look at people like Dooku, where they can literally just with a flick of the wrist, is able to just.
Just.
Man, Dooku is like, it's like 100 times as older as Kylo, and he's like,
100 times as older.
Oh yeah,
he's freaking old, man. He's old.
100 times as older.
But he's like.
I thought he was in his 60s or
confident.
Something.
He's way more powerful.
Whoa! You guys said
what?
I just heard you shout, "Whoa!
You guys
are you okay, though, Fergie?
No. So you guys,
how much have you
no, nothing. But I heard you guys like robot, like mad.
You just
it must have been you.
That's all.
Yeah. Probably just me. Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, yeah. As far as like the Force and lightsaber training, I mean that's 100% involved. Like they're not. Yes, you become good with swinging the lightsaber in the different forms on your own with training, but it's also the Force. Just like deflecting all the blaster shots, that has like almost everything to do with the Force. The Force is guiding you in a sense. That's a lot of.
You have to sense the direction. Like if you were to do it purely off reflexes, you would be dead.
Yeah. And like
there's no way that somebody has reflexes fast enough unless you're preemptively guided by the Force.
I think this is more of an what do you call it, EU thing, so I don't think this really technically applies anymore, but we are like in a lot of these books and novels and stuff, they do say that they are, you know, they're guided by the Force, or like the Force like nudges them or helps them in certain reflexes.
Sure, Luke was guided by the Force in A New Hope for his shot.
Well, same thing.
Yeah, very lightly.
And they show the young prequels that when they have the blast shields in front of their eyes too, and you know, and they're deflecting. It's the same thing. They show it.
But here's the thing, Josh.
Do you reckon are they lethal?
So Luke being assisted by the Force in A New Hope is like it's all kind of like set up, you know, in like a good way that we can understand.
Whoa, are you implying that setting up is good?
Maybe,
why would that be good?
Maybe I'm just a Nazi.
Why would it be good that the audience would be aware of this thing that is executed later on? That.
Well, you know what? Maybe decent people enjoy decent things that they can understand.
I had a discussion in our Discord. I know it's a tiny bit off topic. I'll be quick though. We had a massive discussion in our Discord about essentially why. Well, somebody tried to say that consistency is not good writing or not a part of good writing.
What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, was that the person I invited?
Yes.
Fries with tomatoes says, does Sheep think that training wasn't focused on wielding a lightsaber? I mean, apparently he does.
Do you mean Rey's training? To which I would respond, like, what training?
I think all training throughout all the films, everything that we know about the Jedi Order and the Sith, a lot of their training is focused on lightsaber and dueling.
Would it not be Force first and foremost?
I think
use the Force to guide the lightsaber.
He said college training.
Kylo's training. I don't know, because like. See, it's
we
so
don't have
hard
any reference for that.
It's so hard to understand because we don't really understand if he's just like a Force user that's bad, or if he's a Sith, or what. Because I think that would kind of give us more understanding as to what his training is like. Because with the Sith, I'm pretty sure the Sith training is kind of similar to the Jedi training from
we don't
from
know
the
what
Republic.
Kind of
although I don't think they're training. I don't think they have the aspect of trying to avoid the dark side for obvious reasons.
Because it is useful for them.
It's obviously slightly different than the Jedi, but I think a lot of it is kind of the same in that they have their Force studies, and then they have their lightsaber studies and training. And,
actually, we got a really
stuff.
good I was gonna say we got a really good reference for it in the Clone Wars with Savage Opress, and who's Darth Maul's apprentice, if you're wondering.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The one that Creamy Sheev kills.
Yeah.
Does he kill him? I don't remember.
Yeah.
He
let's not. Yeah,
we're way off topic.
The only times we've seen him fight, he's lost, but admittedly been compromised in some way. Saying Kylo should have murked them all when he just acknowledged they are elite soldiers trained to fight Jedi, and we've never actually seen him.
You're missing the point. He's saying that he's saying the point that he's making is there should be a huge disparity in terms of how Kylo deals with the guards and how Rey deals with the guards. That's the point that he's making. They should not be equal. Kylo, if Rey is walking it, if it's a breeze for her, it should be a massive uphill struggle for Kylo Ren. But it's not. That's the point that he's making. It's nothing to do with them being elite guards, because the fact that they're elite guards would insinuate that Rey should be killed by them, especially if multiple ones are ganging up on her.
Especially if one has a knife against her spinal cord, and then one.
It disappeared. Yeah. Especially if all 3 of the soldiers who are elite, who are the top of the First Order, they all strike in the same place, because that's tactics. Let's all hit this guy in the exact same spot, right above his head, which is aiming above his head, not actually going to hit him, but
Yeah, but Rey can kick one person and 3 people fly back.
Force kick. Don't you know?
She just
don't you have to kick somebody for that to happen? Though?
It's called the light force assisted kick.
Anyway, let's.
All right, yeah.
The dark force assisted kick. Racially
when a lightsaber fight is a tad contradictory. Thor then tries his hand at rewriting the story.
This then would have also set up just how powerful Kylo Ren truly is, or can be when he embraces the dark side fully, and how Rey has a lot to learn yet, that her win over him in The Force Awakens when Kylo was injured was mostly just a fluke or him wanting to train her instead of just kill her, which means he held back against her. And what this also does is set up tension for the last movie, because we now realize just how great of a threat Kylo Ren truly is, that if he lets himself go, he could probably easily best Rey in a fight. Either that, or after Kylo saves Rey here, she actually joins him, because he's willing to train her whereas Luke was not, and this plays off the one weakness Rey seems to have, which is a strong desire for belonging anywhere. And so now the movie ends with Kylo proving how badass he is, Rey utterly failing, and Luke still being around to redeem himself in the end.
We don't know what episode 9 is going to be about, but if they wanted to make it a Kylo bad and strong, Rey good but weak, they presumably would have done something similar to what he suggested, but we have been shown on multiple occasions that Kylo is not Darth Vader. He's an insecure, lost boy trying desperately to appear to be Darth Vader.
Jesus Christ, get a pop filter.
my fucking eyebrows got blown off with those peas.
Fucking hell.
I mean, he's describing exactly what is wrong with it.
Get a pop filter, mate. Jesus Christ, man.
He's not actually providing reference for why that would be bad, though.
Better.
Yeah, and also we do know what episode 9 is going to be like, and oh no.
Rey was weaker than Kylo.
Stinky.
Spoiler. Although we can't criticize him for that because he didn't have the reference, but it doesn't look good. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh,
Vader, mask and all. Besides, that would be, in my opinion, and also an objective fact, significantly less interesting. He claims that the only reason the story in the movie
objectively less interesting. How do you quantify interesting? Huh.
Yeah, well, if he can qualify his point, though. Also, didn't he call out more saying, he unironically believes that objective critique exists?
He just said it, in my opinion, and objectively.
No, this guy's making my brain melt. Hold on. I'm confused. So, does this guy believe in objective critique or not? What the fuck?
Well, I think it's one of those movie bomb situations where he believes in it, but only it applies to him only.
Objective, but
he's right. Everybody else is objectively wrong.
His opinion, because
it could potentially be a joke where he's sarcastically saying it, but even then,
no. I given everything that we've heard so far, I don't.
I'm trying to get the benefit of the doubt, but even then, I'm trying to help you.
I think he I don't know if this was scripted or if this is just off the cuff or whatever, but I think he just didn't think about it. I think he just put objectively, whatever in his sentence and then put in my opinion at the end, because that's what a lot of people do. They just say in my opinion.
Slides. What gave you that impression?
I don't know.
Because I can think of several references.
Movies is not exactly the same as his fanfiction is because it wouldn't fit in with the narrative they've been constructing outside of the sequel.
There was no narrative. There was no
narrative.
What narrative? They made it up as they went along. They literally said that. They were explicit. They said that there was no plan.
The films contradict each other.
TLJ, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that did Ryan Johnson not write the script for TLJ before TFA was even out?
So J.J. Abrams was basically like, hey, here's some notes for TFA.
Idea. Yeah.
And he fucking threw them away. I was like, nah, man, I'm doing my own thing.
And we're basing this off of an interview where Daisy Ridley basically accidentally revealed this information. She probably wasn't supposed to tell anybody this, but there's a lot of different things on this, different stories have come out about it, but people go with the one with Daisy Ridley because why would she lie about this? It's just a simple situation of why would she lie?
It's kind of one of those, she said something that she shouldn't have said. There's no reason why she would have said it.
It's obvious, too, that's what happened as well, with all the evidence provided.
Just go watch the movie.
Yeah.
The movie is...
Clearly, Ryan wanted to make his own fucking movie, and he did not intend on going along with the pathway that JJ had set forward. So,
even to back up Slice's point, even at the most fundamental aspect, right? If the movies were planned out, they would have been consistent. They would have had logical through lines. They would have had things that were they would have had stories for another time that was actually established and explained in their movies and stuff. But
well, it would have.
They set up so many things in TFA.
It would have shown that Disney cares about the quality control of their properties and their IPs and the content that they make. But it didn't.
Can I ask a genuine question?
Shows a lack of that.
What was the point?
They don't care.
What was the point of that story group? What was the point of the Lucasfilm story group? Because they didn't seem to do a lot. They just seemed to get paid to sit there and agree with the people who agree with the director. Hey, this is my script. Yeah, sure, that looks fine. Is it your first draft? Yeah.
Listen and believe.
No, so fries.
It's okay.
With tomatoes,
it's understandable if you suspend your disbelief, I guess.
The fries guy.
Choice of words
with the tomatoes. He says you can't say something is objectively less interesting. What do you guys think about that?
Depends on your standard.
Yeah, I mean, I think. A fucking
objectively less interesting is not quantifiable, I don't believe.
A plank of wood is less interesting than a fucking, I don't know, anything. Right?
It depends on what your interests are. Because if you're a tree surgeon, for example, you're going to be a lot more interested in a plank of wood than the next guy.
Tree surgeon.
So that is an actual job.
So,
that's an actual job. My granddad was a tree surgeon.
I know, it's just a funny name.
What do you call it? Subjectivity. Interesting, means subjectivity, basically. Because what I find interesting
let's
see what Sheepy Man has left to say.
Let's see what Wolfskin has to say.
Cool trilogy. Problem is, none of that fits in with the narrative they've been constructing outside of the sequel trilogy, where they've been telling us since before the movies ever even started coming out that Rey was going to be a strong female character and something girls of all ages could look up to and aspire to be like.
And then goes on to say that you can't have an icon that fails and makes terrible choices, right? Comparing Rey to Luke.
And you can't have an icon that fails and makes terrible choices, right? I mean, who could ever relate to someone who fails and has vulnerabilities? Why would we want anyone, girls or boys, to think that sometimes we might make costly mistakes? But what makes us a hero is picking ourselves up after we fail and finding our way again.
Despite the fact that Rey utterly failed in her training with Luke, gave in to her dark side urge.
No, that was Luke's failure. That was Luke.
No, you can't really say that.
Rey didn't fail.
You can't say that.
No,
first of all,
didn't
it wasn't
feel
really training. We went over that.
It would be. It's not even generous. It would just be wrong to call it training because there was none. He just talks to her a bit, says Jedi bad, and she swings a lightsaber about.
As a character.
Yeah, that's not Rey's failure.
No.
A lot of people do this,
exactly.
right? They point to other people's failures in TLJ and say that that's Rey's failure. They'll turn around and say, "Hey, you know the moment where Kylo Ren Rey fails to turn Kylo Ren to the light side, so she failed." No. That was Kylo Ren's choice. She tried. She did everything within her power. She physically could not have done more unless she actively, physically changed him herself. She did not feel in that movie. She literally, and this is genuinely, unironically, she came away with that movie with a scratch. That was it. Nothing else.
Yeah, perfect.
Not even any development.
Perfect makeup and everything.
Mate, has she had any development at all throughout these movies?
See, I said before, right? I was generous. I was like, maybe Kylo Ren and maybe Rey had development, but it's kind of like, see, I considered Kylo Ren going back and forth development, but it's not. Kylo Ren just went in the bloody merry-go-round. It's like, oh, well, I'm conflicted. No, I'm bad. No, I'm good now, but I'm conflicted. No, there's no development there. You're just spinning around in circles. You're not going anywhere.
I think
Rey didn't progress at all.
I think development, like where you can tell development happens, is the character starts somewhere and then they end up somewhere different at the end.
I think that's a bit generic because at the most fundamental level,
I don't think Rey started at one point and ended in a different point. I think she's exactly the same.
Using your definition,
all 3 films.
The reason why I take issue with your definition is because I use your definition and I go, Rey started out at Jakku, and I think you're referencing like not physical state, but in terms of mental state. But Rey started at Jakku and she was lonely and she ended up on a different planet with friends. I guess.
Yeah, I guess he's more or less referring to her character arc.
I don't think that really works.
Yeah,
that's kind of what annoys me about Rey, and I'm not disagreeing with you. What annoys me about Rey is that people try and say that a part of her character arc is having friends. It's not a character trait. They try and say that because Rey starts out as lonely, and then she progresses and she has a family. No, she doesn't. These are just people that like. I wouldn't consider them family, but
a whole family name. Remember that?
Who are you? Rey who?
Let's see.
Rey Platt.
We got about.
Remember when she stole like literally everything else that she acquires through all 3 films?
Remember whenever she stole Luke and Leia's lightsaber? And remember when she stole Kylo Ren's... Oh wait, no, Kylo Ren gave her his life, I guess. Remember when she stole my brain cells?
So Tomatoes is saying, on Wikipedia, Rey maintains fierce loyalty to her friends. Oh, really? Interesting.
She literally abandons them.
Stubborn, headstrong, brave, and optimistic. Interesting.
Is she? They sound very generic. Right, okay, so let's go through them one by one. Is she optimistic? When the plot needs her to be. Is she brave? When the plot needs her to be. Is she a character? No. Does she do anything of substance? When the plot needs her to. Is anything set up? No. Why does she do it then? Because the plot needs her to. It stinks of a story that was written with Rey as an afterthought, but in terms of Rey needs to do this, and then Rey needs to do this, and then Rey needs to be here, and this needs to happen. Instead of Rey decided that she wanted to do this, or this is a reason, or these are the factors that influenced her decisions, and these are the things that were set up to influence that decision. Like, good writing, which seems pretty oblivious to this film and all of the sequel trilogy, to be honest.
And then Tomato said, that is literally all it says about Rey as a character. Lol. Nothing else. Just those.
Nice.
Oh my god. That's all it says, and it's basically nothing of substance regardless.
Anyway, let's go ahead.
Failed to tan Kylo, and her only real contribution to the Resistance cause, other than shaming Luke back into action, was to float some rocks. He does acknowledge this, but he just ignores it and says it doesn't count.
Or if the movie didn't end with the...
Well, yeah, because that's not how Jedi quantify as good training.
That's not how Jedi quantify as good training. Okay. But, like, here's the thing. Compare that with Yoda lifting the pillar in Attack with Clones. Compare the training.
Also,
But see,
Yoda was what,
that's
700?
not training, though.
Yoda had hundreds of years. Yoda had hundreds of years, and he still struggled to lift that beam or what do you call him? The column that fell over. He struggled to lift it. Rey lifts like a bunch of rocks, which is probably comparable in weight. And I know that that's not how the Force works.
Well, I mean, we could say
considering
the pillar that that Yoda lifts in Episode 2 must be made of some extremely dense material, whereas the rocks that Rey happens
the rocks
to
are made out of
use
polystyrene. They're made out of salt. They're salt rocks.
That's what we have to work off of.
Which is why Finn and Poe couldn't push them out of the way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Because the thing with Yoda though is like he's been around a long time. He's a grand master. He's been trained.
Also, can I just say something, right? We are 14 minutes and 17 seconds into this guy's video, and at the start he says, well, he's basically saying, well, Thor Skywalker's basically saying stuff without providing citations, which is basically worthless, which is all that he's done. There's nothing of substance here. This is a pointless video.
We've provided all the substance to this.
Oh my god. Meme, how you doing?
This guy, man. I don't even know what to say anymore. This is terrible.
Yeah, this is like videos like this genuinely get me angry because you talk the good talk, you talk a lot, you say the big words, but you don't really. There's nothing of substance there. You strip away the big words and you strip away the snide remarks. What do you have left?
Yeah,
nothing.
His attitude as well, like.
Yeah,
the way he says these things, it's like it's so condescending,
snarky.
Like,
he's condescending. He's like taking a piss out of Thor Skywalker, who's a genuinely good Star Wars content creator, who puts a lot of effort into his videos. What effort's been put in here? None. Oh my god.
This gif perfectly summarizes Josh at this moment. Active podcast chat.
I don't want to lift my phone up.
You don't have to then. Fine.
I will. But after the woodchuck video, I make it. It's a rule of thumb that I don't use my phone until after videos.
I would say go watch a good film.
Yeah,
please, and think about it. Think about the content that you consume, please.
Yeah,
just
please.
People like hypocrites just piss me off.
Yeah.
Not saying that I've never been a hypocrite or I've never contradicted myself, but this guy's contradicted himself within the same sentence. Within the same sentence, he says, Rey's great, but I do think that, not providing citations is pretty worthless. Well, yeah. What you just said is worthless also. Be consistent.
Let's continue with this individual.
So long left.
People left in the Resistance, being all smiles after losing all their ships and several hundred of their comrades.
The people who survived to the end of the movie are not happy because they're ignoring all the losses they took. They're relieved because they are not dead.
Wow. No. They're sitting smiling and laughing and tee-heeing. They're like, hey, yeah, it's all great. There used to be what? They said earlier, after 2 of the other ships got blown up, right? After 2 of the other ships got blown up, they said there was 400 left. We end up with like 12 or 13, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So if you think, right, not even factoring in the other ships that got blown up as well, because I think they transported some of the people over, but I'm pretty sure that people died in the process as well. For example, the bridge got blown up and people got blown out of it and so forth. But out of the 400 people that were on that ship, they end up with less than 20 people. And they're they're cheery. They're optimistic. Hi! All of your friends are dead!
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were relieved that they were the ones that got away, because it shows us, like Josh said, it shows them laughing and having a pretty good time, it looks like, after this traumatic battle that was like just a shitstorm. Like that was a terrible failure in the history of the galaxy's battles that it's
the resistance is basically non-existent after that film. And then also, right, considering the end of that film in juxtaposition with the end of The Rise of Skywalker, where they have at the very least thousands of ships turn up to aid the resistance, despite the fact that prior to this, and also in TLJ, there was 12 people left. 12. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's just retarded. That's the thing.
And they were happy!
You know what, honestly, I hate to bring this up again, but I think he's watching movies wrong. Or at least this film.
Shut up. Shut up, son.
How else do you come to these conclusions, though? Like, really?
Like,
how are you taking in this content to be able to come to this conclusion?
I question his sanity.
That's what I would like to know. What is going on in his brain?
Let's get to the bottom of this rabbit hole. Let's go through it. This individual man.
Can I caveat this by saying one thing? The one thing that's tided me over this video is that we have periods of Thor Skywalker where we don't have to pause it. We don't have to disagree. We just get to go and sit there and go, hey, good content. Hey.
Yeah.
And then back to this.
Thank you, Sheep, for promoting some good content.
Don't thank him.
Don't thank him.
This video is ass.
Your video is worthless.
It's maybe one of the worst Last Jedi takes I've ever fucking... Ray defenses I've ever heard.
Content, though.
This is genuinely up there, right?
That.
Yeah,
this absolutely. Is genuinely up there for me.
Fries says, no guys, you don't understand. Lando promises a giant orgy on the Sith planet.
Oh God! I'm gonna play it.
However, what is truly ironic about the character of Rey is that though her creators wanted her to be some type of iconic symbol of strength to women, she has instead resurrected a label that, quite honestly, I had never heard of in all my years of reading and watching movies. And let me tell you, I have read a lot of books and seen a lot of movies in my life, and never had I heard the term Mary Sue until after The Force Awakens. And though a debate can be had about whether or not she fits the original criteria for what a Mary Sue is.
No, there's not even a debate. I disagree with that. There's she is 110%. She is the definition of what a Mary Sue is.
Yeah. But even then, I mean, technically you can have a debate about anything.
Yeah, you can have a debate, but one person's going to be wrong and one person's going to be right because there's a definition for what a Mary Sue is.
Yeah. But I get your point.
You can quantify you can objectively say whether or not a character is a Mary Sue based on whether their character traits and their actions and so forth are in correlation with the definition of a Mary Sue. It's quantifiable, it's objective. But I can't wait to see how Sheep responds to this. It's gonna be fucking great.
If he responds to it, we don't know.
He'd probably just ignore it. Snyder work.
The thing is, thanks to Rey, the term has basically been redefined to mean a female character that's inserted into a story that is perfect for the sake of being perfect, and insinuating that all women can and should be strong, which is absurd because everyone, men and women alike, have strengths and weaknesses, and it's not perfect characters that always win that we relate to and learn from, it's imperfect ones that manage to overcome after they failed.
Rey is only a Mary Sue in so much as Luke was, but he doesn't get called one for some reason.
Nah.
Everyone knows Luke is not a Mary Sue.
We dealt with this before with that sci-fi movie, the video.
Give some references. If you're gonna sit there and say that Luke is a Mary Sue, tell us why he is a Mary Sue.
Well, let's go through it, right? Okay. So Luke in the first movie doesn't use the Force until the end of the film. Whenever somebody
he uses it twice.
User, okay, he used. When's the other time?
When he's training in the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, so when he's training to utilize the Force, he uses the Force? Is that what you're saying, Borgie?
Yes.
Okay. So he trains to use the Force, and then later on in the film uses the Force to make an almost impossible shot using Ben also, who is a proven Force user and at this point Force Ghost, who is able to help and guide Luke through this shot. Secondly, in the next film, he is seen to be training with Yoda, and he's doing his bits. He's feeling. He's making mistakes. He loses a hand. He finds out that his dad is a homicidal maniac. Then the next film, then he goes down. You get to see a little bit more into the in-depth of his character. That maybe Luke's a bit more ambiguous in his actions. He's willing to kill Jabba the Hutt. Like there's more of a darker element to him now. He seems a more developed character, a more interesting character than before. Although yes, that's not quantifiable, but in my opinion, I'd say he's more interesting. He's definitely more developed. Then on top of that, at the end of the film, you can see the conflict. Like he's conflicted at the end of the film. He doesn't want to kill his dad. He doesn't want to kill a homicidal maniac. How's any of that conflict with a Mary Sue? Mary Sue is a character that is perfect at everything. Luke feels at tons of stuff. Oh my god. Realistically, what is Luke perfect at? What does he not feel at any point?
It's just like, I don't even...
Maybe you could argue piloting, but that's already been proven that he was good at piloting from whenever he was on Tatooine.
He's not even the best pilot. Like, Han is a much better pilot than him. He's just good at it, but he's not the best at it.
He's competent. He's not perfect. Unlike Rey. Rey's perfect. Rey's the best at everything.
Yeah, even then, he gets shot down in the Hoth battle. If he was really that good, he wouldn't have got shot down, right?
Yeah.
But did we not have, in that sci-fi video, did the woman not say, oh yeah, well, Luke got promoted to Master in the last movie?
No, he didn't.
No, in terms of, he was the Grandmaster by default because all of the other Jedi were dead.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, no shit.
Yoda does also say to him, you will not be a Jedi Knight until you defeat Darth Vader. So you have the context for that as well. Luke was not handed anything. The only thing he was handed was his lineage. But even at that point, your lineage does not make you a good Jedi. It increases your potential. Nothing more.
Yeah.
Because if you have a good lineage, you're more likely to be proficient in the Force. But at the same hand, if my dad is, and I know it's a bit of a difference, but if my dad is a professional footballer, by no stretch of the imagination does that mean that I will definitely be a professional footballer. I have to train, I have to learn, I have to make mistakes. I'm not going to be perfect at it because nobody's perfect. Perfect is unattainable, but that's what Rey is. Oh my god.
Yeah. Like, they even established that she's they directly say that in The Rise of Skywalker that she's a better pilot than Poe.
That's just... Oh my god.
Yeah. It's dumb, man.
The rest of the video... What is the rest of this video? Just him covering the ending of Thor's video?
What is this video in general?
It's just so bad. Like, I feel like we don't even need to see the whole thing.
I just want to finish it just for the sake of having completed it, but at the same time, it Can you tell how annoyed this is getting me?
Yeah, it's annoying me. It's gotten me. I'm like speechless at this point.
Yeah.
He's not making any points.
Let's just try to get through this because I know we don't have a lot of time left. So let's try to get through it, I guess.
For some reason. Also, Mary Sue is not a term that really ever went away. Also, how on earth...
No, he didn't make that comment. He just said that he wasn't aware of it until recently. He didn't say it didn't exist. He mentions that he wasn't aware of it until recently, which implies that it's existed before now. Stop being stupid. Everything that you say is wrong.
Amazing. Everything that you just said is wrong.
Is he about to say, how did you not know what a Mary Sue was before Ray? Is that what he's about to say?
He didn't have that. Like, he just didn't have the knowledge before now because it wasn't popular before now, per se.
Yeah. Like, I didn't know about Mary Sue before Ray. She introduced me to the term and I learned about the term through her. But anyway.
Can you not have Sue before? He says she does not fit within the definition of a Mary Sue and then claims...
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
A Mary Sue, which is also, by the way, this is from Urban Dictionary. Perfect source. Well done. Congrats. High five.
Urban Dictionary. Good job.
Dictionary. So, Top Dictionary. Well done. Top definition of a Mary Sue in the Urban Dictionary. A Mary Sue is an original character OC and has no flaws. Of course, the author of this OC will say they're clumsy or they're not very good at maths or whatever. But they will probably have a power or an evil twin dark side. They also might have an impossible bloodline, such as half werewolf or... What the fuck?
What? That doesn't define anything.
This is the top definition. What?
Yeah, but this Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, but even then, I thought that people would have upvoted, rational things. No?
I mean, you say that. Ray's a Palpatine and part of the Dyad, so it's the Star Wars equivalent.
Basically a werewolf, then.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Star Wars equivalent, if you could argue that. Also, has an evil twin, like an evil twin. Can you argue that was Kylo?
Even foregoing that, why are you using the top definition of Urban Dictionary?
It's not a good definition.
This is even more worthless than somebody that quotes Wikipedia, because generally, at least some of the people on Wikipedia generally have some insight and knowledge into this, whatever it is that they're talking about. Although this is this is worth as much as Rotten Tomatoes.
It's worth less. I love how Meme and Slice are just muted.
They're just like, I've given up.
I don't know what to say, man. There's just nothing to say. Like it's
so
just
bad.
Stupid take. I really don't have anything to say. You guys are just saying pretty much what it is to say. I mean, I have nothing to add to it. He's just fucking wrong. He's just an idiot.
Yeah.
Put it this way: if he had this conversation with us, like if we were having a genuine discussion right now,
please, sheep, come into PAFE with us. We want to talk to you.
But at the same time, this video is absolutely dreadful, and I would love to see how you qualify and explain why this video is not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
And then claims that the term has been redefined specifically to describe characters like Rey. That's not how words work.
And of course, the real problem with all...
Hold on. A word being... You can... Hold up!
That's not how words work.
By that standard, you can't use they as a pronoun. Like, under that... Hold on. No. Okay, you know how, like, people constantly say, like, they's been redefined?
You see what I mean?
Guy...
Even if I try and take lead, there's things that I want to say, but it's got to the point where the things that we have to say in response to you, sheep, are so basic, are so fundamental, are so blatantly obvious that the fact that we need to say them is baffling.
Meme
How
Slice,
have you made a video this bad?
Meme Slice, do you have anything to add? Just no. They just don't want to exist anymore.
This is that a good fan base has outright rejected Rey. They've rejected this character that was meant to be, by her creators, an icon.
Portions of the fan base rejecting Rey doesn't make her a bad character or the movie's bad.
Yeah, I agree. But the fact that she's badly written...
Of course that.
She was...
Yeah.
Like the fact that she's badly written goes beyond like it's not like he's gonna try and make the argument that it's what's the big fancy Latin term, populus ad argumentum or whatever the actual context tried to use, the appeal to popularity. Just because a lot of people don't like her, just because a lot of people think that she's bad doesn't mean that she's bad. But the fact that you can objectively, quantifiably prove that she's a badly written character that has poor motivations, the fact that you can quantify that is the reason as to why she's bad.
Yes.
It goes beyond her being female.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the movie's bad
Muppet.
movies. It just means people can have differing opinions about things. I like Grey. You may not, but that doesn't mean either of us is objectively correct just because...
No, you can quantify issues with a character.
Oh my god.
For example... You
provide a citation because he's going to
citation. Yeah, he keeps on saying Thor never provides a citation when he doesn't provide citations.
Explain why Rey is a well-written character, and I can provide you twice as many examples, if not more, as to why she's not.
How?
Because you couldn't give me one example as to why she's a good character. One thing that she does that makes sense. One thing that's consistent with her character. The only consistent thing about her character is that she is inconsistent.
There's no right or wrong answer. Also, you're wrong, and here's why I'm right.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
okay.
No citations. Also, if you don't provide a citation, your opinion's worthless. But my opinion is not worthless, despite the fact that I don't provide. God damn it!
This guy's such a fucking awful critic. It's what you get when you try to defend the last fucking Jedi. You get shitty critics. You get really just ridiculous takes.
There's 5 minutes and 23 seconds of this video left, and I couldn't be more like.
You could not feel more dread.
It's not even dread. It's just apathy at this point.
Josh, my advice: go downstairs, grab some alcohol, come back, mellow in sorrow.
I see your point, but hypothetically, what if you're wrong?
No, I am objectively right.
Could you imagine if I had alcohol for this video, and I would have still been more coherent than this guy?
Yeah.
Borgie Steve Boy would have been better than him.
Yeah.
I'm objectively correct, but for different reasons. And
can you quantify that?
What are those different reasons? What is it? You can't keep saying stuff. You can't just sit there. Say, hey, I'm objectively right. You're objectively wrong.
He doesn't understand the fucking because he assumes that when people say like, oh, they're saying they're objective, he just assumes it's like, oh yes, I'm right, you're wrong. He just assumes that. He doesn't understand that you have to quantify.
Objectivity doesn't mean that you're truthfully correct. It just means that it's quantifiable. For example, if I say the Earth is flat, that is a quantifiable statement. That's an objective statement. So I can quantify that. I can go, right, okay, so yeah, let's go out there and try and prove whether or not the world is flat or the world is round. Let's go and do that. Or how about, I say a room is cold. Can you quantify that? No, because my sensory perceptors, how I feel heat and cold and so forth, that'll be different to you. So you can't quantify that. I can maybe quantify that for myself because mine might be consistent with me. But it's not going to be consistent with other people.
Yeah, absolutely.
To try and bat off what you're basically saying, as Meme just said, he's just sitting there going, I'm right, you're wrong. Moving on. That is worthless. It's not constructive. It's not beneficial. You're not helping anybody. You're just trying to appear as intelligent.
I know.
But you're not. You just
pseudo-intellectual.
This guy's the textbook definition of that.
People like this is the reason as to why I want to just make like Black Ops and World at War videos instead, where I just sit and play games. Not a care in the world.
I'll play some Dragon's Dogma after this. Have you guys got that yet? It's good.
Dragon's Dogma? I have not played it. I don't even know what it is.
Play it.
I don't even know who you are.
I'm not going to go into it too much now. I can talk to you about it after the stream, but it's an amazing game.
To be honest, like, go into it now if you want. I'm happy enough to just take a breather.
Let's just finish the video.
Yeah.
Slice needs to leave, and I need to go.
Can we take a breather, please? Oh, fair enough.
No, finish the video.
And this rejection is being interpreted as a rejection of all female characters in general, mostly by men, which is both sad and ridiculous. Because for one, there are plenty of women out there who also don't like Rey. Plus, a vast majority of men not only have no problem with good female characters, they actually love them.
I have literally never seen or heard of anyone suggesting that disliking Rey as a character immediately means that those people hate all female characters in all things. Without some...
I have.
No, I have.
Yeah, I have as well.
Yes.
If you don't like The Last Jedi, you just don't like women.
Yeah.
How many times have we heard that over the past 3 years?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, a shit ton.
Borgie, go through the people that you can remember saying that.
Definitely a good example would be is the fucking chick on that had an argument with the Toxic Brood guy, Brown Table, although that was in the context of Captain Marvel.
Patrick Willems said it at one point, I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, I believe he described like sexual motivations.
But it's like, and this isn't us. This
what was his name?
One or two people and saying
Major Lee.
See, this isn't us sitting here. The fact that he's being objective in terms of he has never heard anybody ever say this. That would lead me to believe that you haven't watched any critiques or breakdowns of TLJ, either ones that at all, because he said that he doesn't see any objective or quantifiable problems with Rey. He doesn't see how TLJ is any worse than the prequels or the special edition. If anything, it's much better. He thinks like, oh my god. Like, if you've watched any video, literally just one video that says that TLJ is bad, I can almost guarantee that video will at some point reference Rey as a Mary Sue, because...
Just look in the comments. Look in the comments
of your own video. I'm pretty sure you'll find some. Not that many people watch your videos.
I was going to say, but look in the comments of like Muller's channel. Like, he gets that shit a lot.
If you're willing to have a discussion about this, you will find the discussion. If you go onto Twitter, hundreds, thousands of people will have this discussion. Go onto Muller's Discord, come into our Discord, go anywhere. If you want the answers, if you were genuinely looking, if you genuinely thought that there was a possibility that you might be wrong. And this is the problem with people like you. You assume that you're right when you're not. You're not open to possibly being wrong. In your head, well, I'm objective. It doesn't even mean what you think it means.
Yeah, you don't know what fucking objective means, you mongoloid.
Objectivity, it just means that it's quantifiable. It doesn't mean that you're objectively right. There's objectivity and being objectively right are two different things. Hence why there's an extra word added on to the end of it.
Yes. Anyway, let's just...
Bloody hell.
Source, this is just a straw man. Oh, the SJWs are calling me sexist because I don't like Rey. Okay, then prove it. No.
Because I'm far from the only guy out there that thinks that.
What if you're acknowledging that it's a straw man, why even include that in your video? It's worthless. Like everything else that you've said.
Let's just...
Come on, PF, mate. Genuinely discuss this with us, because you are genuinely one of the worst content creators I've found on YouTube. Like, to the point where your content genuinely makes me angry.
Yeah, it's not great.
He's atrocious, man.
That thinks that Ripley is one of the greatest characters anywhere ever, and she's only one example of a great many strong female characters that I absolutely love.
His entire thesis appears to be, I like Ripley and not Rey. Therefore, Rey would be better if she was Ripley. He says she's only one example.
No. How can you miss the point of the video is that bad?
That is a fucking straw man.
Yeah, that is absolutely a straw man.
That is a straw man.
What he's saying is Ripley is well written, Rey is not well written. Ripley is an example of a well written female character who is also a strong female protagonist. Rey is an example of a strong female protagonist who is badly written, who is not consistent, who her actions are incomprehensible. he's trying to make the comparison to say that if you create a character and you put them, Star Wars, whenever they created the sequel, seemed to go, hey, let's have a female protagonist. They seemed to think of that before they thought of, hey, let's have a movie where the protagonist is good and compelling and like, I know I'm using like subjective terms in terms of interested and so forth, but there are quantifiable aspects of a character that you can implement.
Yeah.
There are quantifiable aspects, and if you look for them, they're easy to find.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even have to look for them. Just write it in a way that it makes sense and it's consistent with the character's motivations, with the character's experiences. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god!
Which is only one example of many,
wrong?
but does not provide any others, which is an interesting choice.
And to keep it real with you, what's frustrating Star Wars fans right now and why so many are turning away is because they've been told there is something wrong with the franchise they love, and it's always been wrong. That it just doesn't have enough strong female characters.
No one is saying Star Wars is bad because it hasn't had enough strong female characters, or at least if they are, they're in a minority. At most, some people might argue that the Jedi Order was a little bit of a sausage fest in the prequels, or that adding...
Fuck off. That's wrong. That's like objectively quantifiably wrong. You can see, if you actually watch the prequels, you can see tons of women. Literally, on the Jedi Council, there are also women. The point of the Jedi Council, and we discussed this in the Macintosh video, it is a complete meritocracy. Getting to the Jedi Master rank is not a virtue of you being a man. Nobody cares about whether you're a man or a woman. They care about who's the best Jedi, the most efficient Jedi, who contributes the most to the Jedi Order. It just so happens that not even lots of them, but a majority of them happen to be men. There's no gender. There's nothing to do with gender in it. People like you bring gender politics into a place where it doesn't belong. This is the issue. This is probably why you like TLJ, because it aligns with your political agenda. Fucking hell.
Or that adding some more strong female characters would be great, but thinking adding something would be cool doesn't necessarily mean that not adding the thing is bad. Like, a lot of people are talking about Idris Elba potentially being or becoming the next James Bond. Having a black Bond would indeed be great, although they would have to work to make the character of Bond an appealing and interesting character, which he arguably never has been before outside of maybe
Okay, no, that is a completely different scenario. Okay, so here's the thing. Bond as a character already existed. Ray didn't. You absolute cretin.
It's kind of... With James Bond, you're actively changing the character's pre-established race to, like, as many would see it, to cater to... Like, the argument that people use is, if you're going to create a black James Bond, why don't you just create another movie that the character is basically James Bond, but called something else, where it has a similar plot or a similar storyline with similar themes and similar story beats.
I mean, you could argue like that.
Be black.
You could make the argument of like that would basically be plagiarism.
Yeah, but do you get the point that I'm trying to make? You don't need to make James Bond black because it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. The point of like, I'm not against a black James Bond, despite the fact that I probably should be.
Can I actually make one argument in regards to like changing aspects of like a character when it comes to that sort of thing? Do you want to know how I know when people complain about that it's not like a racist thing? People are complaining about Daniel Craig being blonde.
Yeah, because they said that James Bond is traditionally, he has brown or dark hair.
Yeah. It's literally just an issue of people want the character to look like what the character originally looks like. It's not a race thing.
You go to the books, there is literally, within the book, you have an outline of the appearance of James Bond. Throughout the previous movies, there is a consistent theme of the appearance of James Bond. Why would you change that? It's like the people that say, why, like, oh my god.
Let's just go on, man. Like,
how do people like you get through school? Like, how do people like you survive? Like, how do you feed yourselves?
But it doesn't mean that if they cast another white guy, it would automatically be bad. It would just be another Bond movie. Sure, there's a deeper, more interesting and serious conversation.
No, what I would say is I would rather have the actor that plays James Bond be good. That should be the first, like...
Yeah.
Also, on top of that, if the actor is also good, it would also be nice if they had the features and the attributes to look like
the character.
If I could you imagine, right? If what's what I said. If I was to use another example, okay? Imagine, right? Imagine we do a movie of we do the life and story of or the story and life of Martin Luther King, but we cast, I don't know, bloody Tom Hiddleston or whatever his name is. I keep forgetting his name.
Tom Cruise?
No, the boy that plays Loki, Tom Hiddleston.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Sure, Tom Cruise. And we cast Tom Cruise as Martin Luther King. People would be like, hey, it's not historically accurate. That's not like. Also, yes, it's different because it's like. But the point is that there's pre-established things that you have to adhere to. Like with historical movies, if you have an actor, if you have an actor that's supposed to be Hitler, is that guy supposed to be Hitler? You would generally have that character look and like you would have that character like recognizable as Hitler.
Yeah.
If you're going to have James Bond, it would help to have the character look like the pre-established lore of what James Bond looks like.
Absolutely.
God.
Let's just go on.
Conversation to be had about representation in media, which I do think is very important, but I don't want to have to watch the new She-Ra series, although I'm sure it's great, in order to argue with people who think that equal representation.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, this isn't really important, man.
Equal representation.
Is the point of like, why would you say I'm sure it's great? Because that just seems like a load of shit.
He's literally doing it for the sake of like, no, Josh, you went robot.
Huh?
You went robot.
Oh, am I better now?
Yeah, you're better now.
Okay. I'm just apathetic. I don't even care anymore.
Yeah, but like, he's just doing that to like be like, conservatards, that sort of thing. It's fucking.
Well, his video is called "Getting Mad About Star Wars on the Internet to Own the Libs." Didn't even do that successfully.
Yeah.
Of media internet. And this video is already on the long side, so I'll leave it at that for now. He uses Ahsoka and the EU, now Legends, as examples of strong female characters.
Even though, again, there have been several great ones in the past. Not to mention, the EU was chocked full of great female characters.
That's kind of the point. These characters were not in the movies and were instead relegated to extra peripheral content that the majority of mainstream audiences didn't ever.
Well, why do they have to be in the mainstream movies? The fact that they're existing in the universe itself, that should be enough. Why do they have to be on the front screen? Why do they have to be in your face? Why does it matter?
Also, if you want an example, Leia, Padme. Okay?
Leia, Padme. Fucking. Oh my god.
You want to die.
See. Also, both the Clone Wars and Rebels are canon, so I don't know why he uses Ahsoka to illustrate the EU.
Anyway, not only do they at Lucasfilm...
No, he uses Mara Jade to represent the EU, if you actually paid attention and actually watched his video. Ironic.
Yeah. You cut
I've noticed that you cut that bit out. Well done. Oh, no, this guy cut that part out of the video.
Yeah, but you also cut
Good job. So he's lied now.
Nice.
He cuts out the bit where he references Mara Jade.
Mate, this guy literally called ER a Nazi. So lying is that, and he also said that fucking Mundane Matt was on EFAB when that's verifiably false.
Objectively false.
Yeah.
Lucasfilm insists there's been something wrong with Star Wars all along, and by association, the people who have loved it. But they're going to now fix it by giving us the character of Rey. And then they sit there and pat themselves on the back for saving Star Wars from a problem that didn't exist. And when we tell them we think there are legitimate problems with the character that have nothing to do with her gender, they continue to insist it's something wrong with us.
Who are these people at Lucasfilm who call everyone who doesn't like Rey a sexist? I would like a sort
of... Oh my god.
No. Ryan Johnson.
How about Ryan Johnson, for example? I've heard JJ say some really ignorant things in that regard. Kathleen Kennedy.
Did John Boyega not say something to that effect?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think John Boyega did.
I think, from what I remember,
it was Daisy Ridley.
Yeah, it was either Ridley. John Boyega or Daisy Ridley. One of them said something to that effect.
Yeah, it was Daisy Ridley.
I know Daisy Ridley is like very like against all the criticism of her character. So,
That's ironic.
but like, yeah, I know Ryan, Kathleen, and Daisy did. Remember the whole fucking babies thing?
Yeah,
just
your
the
Snoop theory sucks.
just the main people of this fucking project. Yeah, just them. That's all, though. That's all.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it.
Like whenever you openly come out and call your fan base sexist, whenever you're like people like Ryan Johnson, who is a figurehead for Disney at this point because he directed a Disney movie, one of the highest grossing Disney films ever. And he comes out and says, "Oh yeah, well you must be sexist if you don't like my movie." Just like, oh my god, does this guy know anything about Star Wars?
No.
Yeah.
Oh my god, sheep really are stupid.
Yeah, Fries is right too. I mean, he's being very disingenuous. I know he's doing it on purpose too. Just a bad faith argument.
It's kind of one of those. I'm like listening to this, and I'm like, "There's no way you can unironically argue this. This has to be a joke."
It's the H bomber guy thing, and also this guy's genuine. It's literally the H bomber guy thing. They act like incredibly dismissive, whilst making awful points.
He does the exact same thing that he qualifies as being a bad argument that's worthless. In the same sentence as saying that it's worthless.
Yeah. Like, that's
He says it twice in that sentence.
It's just, God. Like, I don't get how you can, like, reason this to yourself. How on this goddamn earth can you not realize how, like, your sentence contradicts itself? How the fuck can
the only way I can rationalize it is that, like, assuming that he's not taking a piss and he's not joking about everything, people like this who assume that everything that they say is right. Anything that comes out of their mouth, like, yeah, that's right. It's objectively true. But anything that you say is wrong because I disagree with it, because in my head I think it's right and it's objectively quantifiably true, despite the fact that he doesn't provide citations or references or any of that.
Oh yeah, he's constantly like, citation here, citation there. What about your fucking citations? You never show them.
He hasn't shown one citation in this 19 minute and 10 second videos thus far. Has he provided one citation? Has he?
No, absolutely not.
Even if he has, like, clearly it's not been good. Relevant.
Oh, God.
Mr. Skywalker does not provide one.
And what this has all done is cause a ripple effect, where now some tend to question the purpose of other female characters in upcoming movies. A prime example of this is Captain Marvel, set to come out next March, because there are already some preparing to boycott this movie because they think it'll be the start of an SJW movement within the Marvel cinema.
I didn't watch it because I just didn't really care for it.
To this day, it remains the only Marvel movie, the only movie within the MCU that I have not seen.
Yeah.
It's because I disagree with the agenda. It's because, like, on a more facetious note, I despise the opinions and the things that Brie Larson comes out with. So I think that I think she should be setting a much greater example, especially given the role that she now has. She's a figurehead for the MCU. She's a figurehead for Disney at this point. She should be setting a much greater example. I completely disagree with her politics and so forth, but I can get into that in a different video. But I've still not seen the video because I disagree with her and I disagree with the politics of the movie. And also I'm not interested in it either because she's a poorly written character. It's nothing to do with her actually being female.
Yeah.
She's just a poorly written cunt.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then. I mean, yeah, sure, it was obviously the SJWs, not the success of Wonder Woman and the huge pressure from audiences that caused Marvel to have their first female-led superhero movie.
No.
Wonder Woman wasn't SJW.
Yeah. Like, it had references, but it wasn't like an SJW movie. Like,
it wasn't an SJW movie any more than any movie that references, like, oh, fucking hell.
It's slice leave.
No, he had to go do something.
Alright.
Oh my god. He's lucky. He's gonna come back to the end of this video and it'll be chipper.
Yeah, Fries is right. Captain Marvel got announced back in 2014. I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking forever.
Which was before Disney.
No.
Before Disney Star Wars.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was before Captain Marvel.
And like to also, right, to use this as a perfect example of what, like, Scarlett Johansson's movie that's coming out, the
Black Widow.
the Black Widow movie. Do you think it's SJW? No. I think it's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
she's a character. She's one of the main 6 characters that started up the universe. It's like whenever I consider that she's going to have a backstory movie, I'm like, it's not important. It's not really. You don't really need it going forward in the MCU, but yeah, it'd be nice to have a little bit of context. You know, I'm interested in it.
The thing is like the reason why there wasn't a female-led one is because any of the female characters. Well, yeah, but even then, even any of the female characters in the Marvel universe, they solely existed during the times of like the Avengers movies and stuff like that. And like any story that you would try to tell with them leading like the movie just wouldn't make sense because of Iron Man and Captain America being the leaders of the group. And like, you know, you can't have a Black Widow movie where she goes and does some shit because like the stakes are like completely lost. Like you're leading up to Endgame, what, you have a Black Widow movie and then it's like, what? Like something like Captain Marvel makes sense because she's powerful enough to take down these like threats,
and also because it's a prequel as well. Because
it's
the reason why I think,
but it comes out after Endgame, so it makes more sense now.
The reason why I think that Black Widow works well as a prequel is because if there was a Black Widow movie that was a standalone film of Black Widow between the Avengers and Endgame at any point, you're sitting there thinking, if there is a potentially world-ended
that's
threat,
what I'm saying.
Why doesn't she just be like, "Hey, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, I have this thing that I need help with. Can you like, all my friends are gonna die. Do you want to give me a hand?" Oh yeah, no worries. I just finished my tea and my squats, so I'll be done in a couple of minutes. No worries. Like
she's
in terms
more
of
human than Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Like,
but it's hard to create a story with stakes review of a character that A is not particularly powerful and B depends like
you say that Black Widow is somewhat enhanced.
I know.
Yeah, but you know what I mean in terms of like in terms of the Avengers team, she's definitely the weak link in that team.
So in the actual Black Widow program, they actually attempted to like inject her with like the super soldier serum. It just didn't work to the same extent as Cap's.
She's less powerful than Cap. She's less powerful than Iron Man, Hulk, Thor. Like I would say she's probably
it's slow aging. Yeah,
it's slow her and Hawkeye. She's the weakest of the Avengers. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there would be plenty of people that she could call upon.
Yeah. Although I was going to say, I think that it did increase her abilities to a certain extent.
Fair enough. But then what I would say is I think it works well as a standalone film because you don't have the crutches of Iron Man, of Thor, of like you're not sitting there thinking, why doesn't she just hit up like Captain America and be like, hey, can you help me? Oh yeah, wait, no, he's frozen in ice. Why doesn't she ask Tony? Oh wait, because he's like
not Iron Man yet.
Yeah.
Why isn't he help Thor? Oh wait, she doesn't know he exists yet.
Why is she not asking like Nick Fury? Oh wait, no, she does. Oh yeah, is this going to be a movie of her as a spy working for S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Yeah, I don't know, but all I know is like all I'm trying to say is like I don't know if he was meaning to present it this way. I'm sure he was, given the rest of the fucking video, but he presents it like, oh well, there was no female lead, so yeah, it's like, well, right, but you know, it just wouldn't have made sense. To like, I'm sure they would have loved to have had these female leads, you know what I mean? But like, it just wouldn't have made sense within the chronological story that has been coming out. It wouldn't make sense for this Black Widow movie to come out in between Infinity War.
Where would it have fitted in?
Yeah,
exactly.
Is the question.
Same with fucking Scarlet Witch and fucking Mantis and any of them, like even fucking
like even
Pepper.
Just
I mean,
could you imagine
even any character in general, not even just like. Not even Hawkeye, not even Hulk. Like, none of that.
Hulk didn't have a movie. Hawkeye didn't have a movie. The only people that really had movies were the Guardians, the main Avengers movies, Thor, Iron Man, and Cap,
And because they're trying to tell a chronological story, and they realized that it wouldn't have made sense if they threw in this lesser threat story just so we can have our Black Widow movie and be like, women good.
Already,
like,
I mean, if I could make
that quota filled by Spider-Man.
Yeah. But here's the thing: it makes sense with Spider-Man because the entire thing is meant to be under the radar of the Avengers.
Yeah, he's meant to be a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
And Spider-Man actively tries to get Iron Man involved, saying like, "Hey, this is kind of an issue." But Iron Man, from his perception, even though he is actually doing something behind the scenes, from Spidey's perception, it doesn't seem like Iron Man is doing much. So he takes matters into his own hands.
And then
hey, Slice.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry about
Far
that.
From Home, you physically can't depend on anybody else. What was that, Slice?
Oh, just sorry that I was away a little bit longer than.
Yeah, you saved many brain cells making that move.
Yeah, you did a smart thing by not being here for.
You did a smart Slice.
We're almost done.
Yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another point. There have so far been 20 MCU movies, and we're only now getting a female-led one, literally 10 years after the first one was released, and this is apparently evidence of an SJW takeover of Hollywood, a 1 in 20.
That wasn't the point he made.
Even if it was,
absolute retard.
Even if it was, right? Soon it's going to be 2 out of 23. Furthermore, why does it matter? Realistically, he's not like the point that Thor's making is not that like you're missing the point. You seem to do that a lot. Let me dumb it down for you because I know you're a sheep. Okay, you just follow like you have a group of fucking SJW agenda bastards that you just follow and agree with blindly, right? If I dumb it down for you, what he's trying to say is the politics of Captain Marvel in the film itself, external to the film and running up to the film, with the things that actors were saying, with the things that people around the film were saying, with the things that Brie Larson herself was saying and has said in the past, would insinuate that in some way, shape, or form there will be an SJW agenda in that film. Also seen by, has anybody seen that, you know that scene in Endgame where all the whammons get together? It's really, really stupid and dumb.
Yes.
Is that not enough citation? Like this probably came out before Endgame, but that should be enough citation to prove that Marvel is potentially heading into more of an SJW centric scene.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's a bad thing necessarily, but again, people have the perception that you're putting diversity over quality. What was that, Slice?
More women's means better content,
Yeah, clearly.
That's ironically what he's saying,
want,
though.
Josh. It's what the people want. More women.
I'm a part of the people, and I don't want. I don't want women. I just want well-written women. Apparently, that's too much to ask for.
I'm disappointed, and I think him pretending to be a sheep is a bit of a offensive thing to sheep's integrity.
Sheep generally aren't this retarded. I've seen sheep unironically kill themselves out of being so stupid, and this guy's incomparable to that. I've seen sheep unironically jump off cliffs out of stupidity, and this guy tops that somehow.
Yes. Oh man.
Yeah.
The ratio of male-led superhero movies is evidence of the feminist agenda, clearly.
I'm not saying they're right, and I'm not saying they're wrong. Just that this is a belief held by some, thanks in large part to a trend that maybe wasn't started by The Force Awakens, but was certainly brought to the forefront by it.
I'm not passing.
Also, the fact that it's 1 in 20, says nothing about the future. It just means that there could potentially be a shift. So whilst yes, it may be 1 in 20 now, it could potentially be 10 in 20 next year, or 15 in 20. Well, not next year, but the next decade. Not saying that's a bad thing necessarily.
Yeah, it depends on whether the films are actually good. Yeah, it depends on whether the film is good. Yeah, you
It depends on what the motivation is. The motivation behind it should always be tell a good story first and everything else afterwards. If you want to tell a story about a female, make it good. Make it a story that's good. Make it a story that has consistent characters. Make it a good story. Why is that difficult?
To meme dudes.
What were we saying, Slice?
To meme dudes comment thing. Personally, in my opinion, I would like to see more of that. Yes.
Yeah, we want more well-written characters, and not just their only character trait is that they're a strong woman.
Yeah.
Subjectively speaking, that is my opinion.
It sucks because that's what these studio heads are like. Well, if we just make them a woman and we make them strong, then that's all we need to do, right? And it's just like, well, no, that's not.
Which is like, ironically, that's doing a disservice to the people that they're trying to appeal to.
It makes
because they're saying
worse.
that of virtue of this person being a woman, you should like them.
See, the thing with strong is that I think people, both men and women, can be strong in a multitude of different ways. Not just be powerful for the sake of being powerful. Because I think specifically, I think women have different traits that men just don't. They just don't have for whatever reason. They just don't bring to the table what women bring. And vice versa. I think men bring to the table things that women don't have. So I don't know. I think saying strong or a strong woman or woman. I don't know, like it's kind of, you have to, just saying a blanket statement like that or a blanket character like that, I think is not the greatest.
Vulnerability makes good characters. I mean, that's very fucking true, and that's why a lot of people are not excited for Captain Marvel 2, and that's also why a lot of people's predictions for Captain Marvel 2 is that, oh, they're going to nerf her, or she's going to lose her powers, or something along those lines. That's why people are thinking that, because she's literally fucking invincible. She can fly through ships and destroy them with her body. She doesn't even have to shoot lasers at the very least. She literally just flies through them like a torpedo.
She's so OP, Jesus Christ. Like, it literally took her being punched by the fucking Power Stone to put her down.
Doesn't she like maim a random dude's hand and steal his shit?
The Dawn.
like that is not someone people want to look up to. Seriously.
Yeah.
Imagine if fucking Iron Man did some shit like that. Anyway, let's move on.
Passing judgment. I mean, I've spent this entire video pushing a narrative that would naturally imply a position, but I'm totally objective here, honest. Hey audience, let me load some questions for you.
He never claimed to be objective, you absolute fucking lamshank.
Yeah, I don't know. He never once stated that. He's even said that it's not right or wrong. He's just like giving his side of it.
Yeah.
Borgie, I love how you like are just so mad and you're just like, oh, you lamshank, but like he's actually a sheep, so it makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
Just funny to me.
I saw this guy's video on EFAB. It is that video actually. You think I'm pissed off now? You should have seen my reaction to that.
Which EFAB was it?
It was just like a video on EFAP as a whole. He generally tries to claim that EFAP is a far-right podcast.
Oh.
Fucking funny.
Might have seen that. I don't remember.
I have not seen it, although if I had, I would have definitely remembered it.
The three hosts, like, okay, Wolf, outright more left than he is right, is what he says.
Yeah.
Rags does not associate with the right, and Mahler has never stated his political views. But yeah, it's a far right podcast.
Yeah, but no, they had ER on.
Oh, right. That's right. And Sargon. Shit.
Yeah.
He
made
that
Joe
video
Rogan's
before
interviewed
Sargon.
Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson.
No, but see, I think with EFAP, they're genuine guys, and they have good takes, more or less. Whereas a lot of people on the left, far left, and people here and there on the far right or whatever. They're just weird, like more so on those fringe, areas, far right, far left, whatever. They're just radical, weird people with stupid takes, whereas these guys are not.
Radical.
Hell yeah!
And like people are starting to open their eyes a little bit more, I think, with things happening. Which I think is a good thing. I think people need to think more for themselves and not just get their information from, videos like this where they're just kind of, oh yeah, sounds good enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Like
I like how when people get like told they're wrong or like it's against their viewpoint, they're immediately like, oh well, you must be on the other end of the political spectrum from me. It's like, what does that say? Is like you're. Let's just push through this last minute basically, because I'm sure the end is going to be subscribed to my page.
Streams offline. Slice the streams offline.
It's fine.
Is it? Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's fine. It's live for me at least.
Video output low.
Yeah, it's good.
It's not. It's not down. It's just something.
It just was buffering for a little bit.
Okay, for me it legit said it was okay. There we go. It's on.
Yeah, it's good. It's 9. Woo. Yeah, it's good.
That's all right.
Oh, cool. Fry says it's up again.
All right, well, let's push through this before the stream commits suicide.
Just for you to close out the video.
Well, that's all I've got for you this time. Now it's your turn to tell me what you think. Has Hollywood done more harm than good as of late? Have they created problems where none existed before? Let me know what you think in the comments below, and let's talk some Star Wars. And until next time, thanks for watching.
Yes.
Do you want to pause it quick? There you go.
Just in case.
Yeah.
That was a lot of thoughts for a 12-minute video about Star Wars, but hey, what can I say? I had a lot to contribute. I think this guy has an interesting...
No, you
My
didn't.
goodness.
You had nothing.
Nothing of substance was said in that
nothing
video.
of substance to say.
This guy's video is 22 minutes long, and a good portion of it is just showing another much better video, and making snide
I can give you a
2-minute
snippet from our video today, which contains more substance than your entire 22 minute and 30 second video today. Bloody hell. I really desperately hope that your content has improved.
Yeah, I don't think it has, honestly.
If you see this, come on, PF, have a discussion, because, like...
It's just, you can...
If you dare defend any of this to me, honest to God...
You can really, like, you can hear his ego in his voice, and it's annoying. It's very annoying for, I'm sure, everyone watching your videos. Like, it's very distracting.
Yeah, you sound like a very entitled person.
Perspective, but he really needs to stop framing his personal opinions as objective facts, especially if
he didn't. You fuck.
Yeah.
You need to stop doing that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you who said objective and then my opinion in the same sentence.
Yeah. I mean,
We're full.
I'm gonna...
He's not going to provide any sources. Additionally, if you're going to imply...
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Oh, you. Hold on. I'll bring it back a little bit. Bruh.
Stefan Molyneux style The Truth About video. You can call it SJW's Ruined Star Wars and you will get 1 million views, I promise you. In fact, Thor, if you just rename your video to SJW's Ruined Star Wars, I guarantee that you will hit 1 million views before you can say virtue signaling pasta shapes.
What the frick?
You're such a cunt.
What was that last part?
Wow.
Like, what the heck? What the heck?
Oh, let's just rewatch in its entirety.
No, I don't want to.
Let's
Alright, sure.
Please no.
Okay, we'll go to the film.
Morgie, we finished it. We're done. Why would you do it again?
Okay.
This is the part where we back out. We quit while we're ahead.
Fries just said, "What was that?"
Yeah, that was a bad take, is what that was.
I'm in the mood for. I'm in the mood for some lamb.
That just got very aggressive.
I think we've already had quite a lot of lamb.
Yeah, he was
for today.
He was passively aggressive. He was passive aggressively just giving him advice. Yes, you're right.
No, he wasn't even passive aggressive. He was just aggressive. He was just a cunt.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like my god. Anyway, on to something more positive. Do you want to have a very, very quick slice if you're fine with staying for a bit? Do you want to have a really quick chat about your boy Dragon's Dogma?
No.
I probably have to get going.
I'm not in the mood.
We can
I was in the mood earlier, but now that we're done.
5-10 minute wrap up, maybe.
The ending of that was just too much for me, man. I got to balance here real soon. I have like another 10 minutes or so until I gotta go.
Alright. That's alright.
That's right. I'll close this out here. Thank you all for watching this video today. I really apologize for the brain cells that you lost in the process of this video.
Yeah.
Today you've had Slice has streamed this video today. Say thanks to Slice. Really appreciate it.
No.
Thank you,
Slice. Was here as well.
No, you don't have to do that.
Borgie did stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
I think. And I'm Josh, and I'm also very sad.
Borgie almost died.
Yeah, this man is just.
I think if you rewatch it, I think you'll find that I was a lot closer to that than Borgie was at periods throughout this video.
He lulled me into a sense of silence at one point. I just didn't know what to say.
Yeah,
just too much.
Actually, just as a quick video.
No, demonetization, Borgie.
I don't.
No. Don't lie.
No, Borgie, stop. Borgie, just stop it. Borgie, please. Okay.
Slice, just
okay. So
stop
I can't.
the watch together.
We can't have that on because the audio is still playing. The audio is still playing, and I
leave the watch together.
Audio is still.
I can't unless I mute all of you. I can't get rid of it.
Or you could just mute the audio of the watch together. That would work.
Oh, you know what?
If it works through your input system.
Fry said that we missed him saying that Thor Skywalker had a strange obsession with making Star Wars videos. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? You know, like a strange obsession.
Did we not see that at the start? It's almost as if he's a Star Wars YouTuber.
That was a weird comment.
Yeah, a 6-part response. Yeah. You're strangely obsessed with the fucking person you're watching. It doesn't make any sense.
Strangely obsessed with being retarded. Oh my god. Thank you all very much for watching. I really I appreciate it if you've made it this far. I'm so sorry. Like, if you have a test or anything that you need to do tomorrow, just like show them this video and they'll be like, nah, it's alright, extra marks for you. Like, you'll get special recommendation, don't worry about it. Oh my god. There'll be more PF content on the way. We have
there's so much more that we could talk about with like all these things.
It's very rare that
we'll just
a video
reiterating ourselves though.
Like it's such a case. Like, it's so rare that a video is just self-evidently shit. Like, usually, like with the theater thoughts, you know you had to explain why that was bad with actual context. You need to explain why this was bad. This fucking guy. Yeah, Fry said, and I love this. Fry says this is the worst video we've covered, and we've covered Remarkable Republican and Movie Bob.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking bad.
I would say it's on a par, to be honest.
It's honestly amazing that you can get that your video can be as bad as Movie Bob. Like, man, you were someone special to make a video as bad as Movie Bob.
Yeah, unironically.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Pathetic.
Here's an image to cheer everyone up. You don't need to put it on stream.
The dawn.
For the chat, he just posted a picture of the dawn.
Anyway, thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming along with us there, Chad.
This journey where we just slowly die.
It was not fun.
This will in description. I would dock Slice and leave his description in there, but it's probably not recommended. I suppose I don't want to dock Slice like that. I wouldn't do that to you, Remy.
Follow me on Twitch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to link your Twitch, by the way, in the description?
I mean, you can if you want.
Yeah, link the Twitch.
Well, you're a host on the podcast, so might as well.
Yeah.
I guess I'm a host now. I've graduated from guest to host.
Yeah, make more Cuphead videos.
More Cuphead. No.
It was funny. I love that video.
I'm glad, buddy. I'm glad that it brought someone joy.
All right. Well, I think a couple of us need to hit the road, I guess.
Head on,
as they say.
Go about life.
All right.
But yes.
Drink excessively.
Thank you all very much for watching the PAFE podcast.
Yes.
Thank you, Fries.
We love you, random citizens.
Thank you, Fries with Tomatoes, for being such a great audience member.
Yes.
Such a weird voice meme.
Show it to your friends.
Fuck you.
Show it to your mothers. Show it to your grandmothers, your brothers, your sisters.
Show it to your cat.
Your dead dog. We'll take the dead dog
no,
views.
Not the dead dog. Why would you say that?
Yeah, have you not seen Wish Upon?
No. I don't know
That's
what you're talking about.
Okay.
But the thing is, this isn't even like one niche video. This guy's entire channel is like this. Fucking hell.
Right, comment below whether or not you want us to continue, because this guy has a 6-part series on Star Wars. I really desperately would rather not.
No,
I would desperately rather not, because I would think it would just be more of the same. But if you want us to cover it, comment down below, and if you enjoyed, leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy our content.
Josh, I can't take it. I can't take his snide, weird remarks. I just can't.
Please don't
That's
comment.
Okay,
don't tell us to watch more. Please.
Don't make me.
I don't want to.
Don't say that, because then you're making the decision for them. So yes, we want to see these guys in pain.
No.
Comment below if you wish.
Chat. Don't make us. Don't make us. Please.
And on that note, we love you, random citizens, and good night.
Goodbye.
Thank you much for watching the PAFE podcast.
Kill me.
Thank you all very much for
PAFE
tuning
experience.
in to episode 7 of the PAFE podcast. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Adios.